Mm.
Hello, hello. All right. Gotta join this Discord. Oh, crap. Gotta go here. I'm late.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all right.
Sorry.
So
Hello.
I'm kind of confused if if Tech is if Tech is late as well, or if he's just confused. It would be preferred if Spoon and Simon, if you could turn on the webcam. If you can't,
I can.
then yeah, nice.
Oh, hold on, man.
Can I?
Then we got loads of guests on, and then the regulars are like, what's going on here? Oh, it's Tina. Let me check this out. Oh, Tina is on her way. Okay.
Cute cat. Cute
Cute
cat.
cat. Yeah, definitely cute cat. So let's just wait like 1 or 2 minutes, and then we can start off. I hope you all have had a great day. I don't know, like, is everybody like around the same time zone?
It's like 9 p.m. for me.
Yeah. Like, Neyman, and you're currently in France, right?
Yep. It's 10 p.m.
Okay, so we have all the pretty much the same time zone. I don't know, in Finland, do they have?
It's 11 p.m.
Okay.
Wait.
That's interesting.
Sign. How can you tell?
In that case, we're gonna actually
person
start
in
off.
here?
Maybe Tekajin is confused. Tina is on her way, so we will see Tina just in a little bit. But first of all, I want to thank you all for coming, because it's you're taking time out of your day to come on to my shitty podcast, and I appreciate that. So first of all, I want to thank you, Dancing Spoon, to be like a returning guest, and Simi as well to be like a returning guest. Thank you very much for coming. Also, hello Tina, and hello Maki. Samurai is Maki. So Maki is first time on here. He is a friend of Tekajin's, so I'm happy to have you here. From Slovenia, by the way.
Thank you.
So I cannot introduce the next two guests, but I'm very happy that they could make it on. So let's start off with Neyman.
Hi.
Maybe introduce yourself, what you're up to, and tell me
Um,
about yourself.
I'm actually the imposter here. I'm a fake European. I'm an American citizen living in France, so
True.
Sus. Very sus.
very sus.
Yeah. So, but yeah, tell me about you, like, because obviously I didn't invite you if you were just an American.
No, yeah, I've been living in Paris since I was like 5 years old. So I'm like most of my culture is, I guess, French. I did my education here and all that. But also my family is originally from Poland, so lots of all of my family is Polish, basically. Like, as an American, I'm a first generation American, and my parents. I mean, my mom moved back to Poland. She's in Warsaw right now and everything. So yeah, I'm like between France, Poland, and the US.
Yeah,
That's,
and you do stream, right?
Oh yeah, and I stream mostly like dumb talking about shit, and also sometimes video games when I want to kill my viewership.
Oh, nice.
That's
okay. Okay, so then we also have our other new guest, Tumble Dryer Maya. So welcome. So maybe you want to introduce yourself and what you're about.
Yeah. So I am Maya. I am up in Scotland. I stream on Twitch. I mainly talk about Scottish politics. Sometimes, south of the border, sometimes beyond. But yeah, mainly Scottish and Scottish independence.
Okay, so maybe there's some friction with like Dancing Spoon there. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe he doesn't mind that you guys leaving. Yeah, maybe
I don't want them to leave, but I respect their choice to do so. I would leave if I were in their position.
Okay. So Tina is from Sweden. I forgot to say that. So I think we got somewhat of a fair representation. That's also where Maki is here to represent the Balkans, right? So and we unfortunately our German chef, he couldn't make it on. So we needed like Swerve to be here, but he couldn't make it because he got called in work, and he and he tasted like haggis once. So he would have vibed with I would assume. And then we got Tekjin as well, and he's from the same country as I am, the Netherlands. So I want to ask you all a question, and it's just a really straightforward question. And basically, what's the best?
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. So, what's basically the best country in your opinion, so to speak, when it comes to the European countries? And this can apply in any way, in any sense. And let's start off with Dancing Spoon.
I mean, obviously, the obvious thing to do here is defend your own country, right? The obvious thing to do here is defend your own country. But I had to think about that, and I would just be destroyed in that argument, right? There's the whole history of imperialism. We left the EU recently, so I'm basically out here on my own. So I don't think I'm going to defend my own country because I don't have a very strong argument there. Which leaves me to quite a tough decision. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait to hear the other opinions about who is the best country, and then I'm going to jump on one ship, probably whoever has the most viewers, and because it's good for me.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. I'm sorry, you got to pick something.
I can't. I don't know. I mean, France has great food. We obviously know that. Do you know what? I'm going to actually say Germany. I'm going to come out again and say Germany. And I say that for one simple reason, right? I've never met a German that I don't like. Every single German that I've ever met, I've got along with for some reason. So I'm going to say Germany is the best country. Also, I like their voting system. I looked into that quite extensively, and it's very nice.
Okay. They got an interesting past as well, to be honest, but fair enough. Let's go with Simon next up.
I think Sweden, but not your basic foreign opinions that it's very progressive, etc., etc. For me, it's the reasons it has very similar culture to Finnish culture, and it has not ruined the sauna like every other country that tries to do it. But Sweden still does it well. Russia might do it well also, but I've never been to Russia. I love the Swedish language. Swedes and Sweden has been cucking Finland all throughout history, so they are literally culturally higher class than Finnish people, so I guess it's pretty natural to only look up there. And it would be also very Finnish to me to also say it's the worst country right after this, which I do think. So it's a both, I guess. It's the jealousy, what I think. Yeah.
Okay. So next up, Double Dryer Maya.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go with Scotland. Why wouldn't I? There are so many incredible things about Scotland. Mainly that I live here. I think that's enough of one. We have the best accent. We have incredible, the history. Where I walk my dogs is older, as a man-made structure older than the pyramids. What? Why is that allowed? It just is. We've got, how many actors do we have? We have incredible actors. We've got David Tennant, he's from Paisley. There's so many that just reside here. You just see famous people in Scotland all the time. And I don't mean annoying famous people. I see rugby teams all the time. Airports. If you go to a Scottish airport, you'll see a Scottish rugby team. My least favorite European country is Norway.
Oh, that
Are we
was the
expanding?
second. That was the second question. So we're gonna talk about that later.
I will wait then, but
Yeah.
be excited why.
Oh, but we already know it, so it's you already. So Tekajin, up next. Are you there, my friend?
Hello.
Could you also try to turn on the cam if that's possible?
I'm working on it. Just
Okay.
skip me for a turn.
Okay.
I'm just working on it.
Okay. So Maki, Samurai
Yeah.
Maki, let's go.
Slovenia is not the best. I will not be as cocky as the others, and I will get bonus points for that probably. But I'll be honest here. Slovenia is kind of small, but it's like was one of the greenest cities, or like we had a lot of like presidents come here and recommend us like as the greenest capital. We had the greenest capital in the greenest country, like in 2016. It's really small and it has like German, Bosnian, like everything is mixed here. So we have a mix of matches of people here. But I think maybe like Finland is, or like like either Finland or Sweden for me personally would be maybe top. I've never been there, but at least if it's only for European countries, for how they have the schedules for work and stuff, like how beautiful the country is, I think I would pick Sweden or Finland. But if I have to defend myself, then I will.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! Why are there so much Sweden lovers here? What's going on here, guys? The fucking lefties. No, just kidding.
Because we're great.
Okay, go ahead,
Good job,
Tina.
Good job, Tina.
Go ahead, Tina. Defend your own country. There we go.
Switzerland.
I'd say any European country besides Norway.
What's wrong with Norway? But they're cool.
Nah, they're Norwegian. It's disgusting.
Okay, but Tina,
What can
what's
I
your
say?
favorite? What's your favorite?
I don't know, man. I haven't been to a lot of places. Like I've been, like I like Denmark because it's like Sweden, but a little bit warmer and closer to the ocean, at least compared to the part of Sweden I live in. And like I like Greece because I've been there and it's fucking gorgeous, and actually Norway as well. But like,
No, Tina. No, not Norway. Norway is shit, man.
no, I do like Norway. It's the fucking what's it called, mountains and everything. It's gorgeous. Anyway, since I don't know a lot about other countries because I'm a lazy fuck, I'm gonna pick Sweden because I like living here, and for all the boring shit that Simon was like, I'm not gonna mention. I'm not gonna mention it either, but it's one of the reasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we basically got two nationalists in here.
Hey,
Tumble Dryer Maya and
Patriots.
Tina. So
wow! Don't you
Patriots.
dare!
So
I am disgusted.
so let's go with Tekajin next.
Netherlands.
If we
Netherlands.
can.
Here we go.
He's muted.
He's
You're
muted.
muted.
He's muted. He
Look at
keeps on
this.
being muted as well. He's like too busy with the
Japan
camera.
is the best EU country.
Japan.
Yes.
Japan.
The European nation of Japan.
Imperial Japan?
Yes.
Did it take No, but before you can fix your webcam, can you go and say what's your favorite country, EU country, Tekajin?
Difficult. I have different opinions on different countries, and they all differentiate as it comes down to like their history, as like you would want to live in. Favorite country?
Just pick Netherlands.
No, hell no. It's not the worst. It's definitely not the best. I don't know.
I think it's hard to pick your own country, isn't it? Like, it's like I know the problems here, so it's hard for me to say it's the best.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Like, you know what the downsides of this country are, and as everyone kind of like has their own struggles with their country, it's difficult. I mean, I wouldn't specifically want to live in Germany. I wouldn't mind living in Italy, but I don't think I'll be wanting to live in Italy for a long time. I like Greece, but I don't want to live in Greece. So, what is your favorite country? Difficult. If I have to pick a country.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to have to abstain on that one. I do not have an answer.
Because
Decisive.
You
Because
cannot do
of
this.
German-
You cannot do this.
Okay,
no,
You
China.
can't-
Slovenia. I'm gonna live in Slovenia. Wherever Maki goes, that's my favorite country right there.
Yeah.
My boy Maki right there.
Okay, what a cop out. So okay, fair enough. So last but not least, Damon, you're you're kind of sus when it comes to U.S. citizen, right? So, but you are probably one of the most traveled when it comes to like when living in like several different countries, right?
I mostly just lived in France. My parents did travel around a lot when I was a kid, and they would take me with them when I was like too young to be left alone. So that kind of counts, maybe. Anyways, I didn't want to pick France because I have to like listen to all my French friends like talk about how the French cuisine is the best in the world and how they're so smart and they're so good, and I don't want to do that shit. I'm gonna defend Poland because Poland, yeah, because you look at this. Poland's not in the Eurozone.
To get out.
Yeah, I know it's a shit show, but I'm gonna defend it. It's gonna be fun. Okay. First off,
one second.
sorry.
Zach, could you refresh your cam? Because there's something I cannot see your cam, but the rest apparently is.
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, I did that
It's-
specifically for you.
I don't know. Oh, that's weird. Okay, never mind. Well, sorry.
Okay, the first and most important thing, my grandma's there, and her cooking is the best in the world. So that's like already a really important thing. Then you got vodka. You got Solidarność. Poland like defeated communism, or well, not by itself, but you know, contributed to that. You got beautiful women, and most importantly, the men are usually pretty ugly. So I think like your chances are much better if you're in Poland than anywhere else. Potatoes are really fun.
I just want to say, these people that are on here, their opinion is theirs, it's not mine. So just clarify on that one. Sorry.
I am. Yeah, beautiful nature. Yeah, I don't know. Couple. For the history is pretty amazing in that Poland almost started becoming a European power several times, then didn't. It never did, but it was pretty close to getting there. Yeah, vodka, borscht, sweet candy. I can go on.
Yeah, you can. No, it's interesting. Like there are loads of different things that you can pick, but like when it comes to cuisine, would you still pick like Scotland over like any other as like a firm nationalist? No, just kidding.
Oh, there's no way you can defend haggis. There's no way. There's no way we're going to let you get away with defending haggis.
Do you know? Okay, people think haggis is bad. Haggis isn't the worst.
No, haggis
Like,
is bad.
Okay, there's a white pudding.
haven't
There's
tried.
a white
What I
pudding
said.
on my island, right? And it is. Can you imagine suet mixed with oats that were the consistency of grit? And it's after a while it grows on you.
This is
It
meant to be a
tastes like grit.
defense of haggis right now. Grit and suet. That's meant to be selling us right now. Just like eating gravel and sand. You know, it's really kind of.
It's gorgeous. It's fine. It's okay.
It's
What about
haggis
chip
is like
chops? English
chip chops are good. Okay,
They're
all right.
patty.
The
No,
more
not in
grease,
England.
the better. Okay, more
Yes,
grease equals
in
better.
Scotland, your chips are powdery. It tastes like eating flour.
No, I've never tasted that. You must be going to the wrong chip shop. Maybe you're going to like northern chip shops. All right, the north is not really part of England. I denounce that as a southerner.
I really do. Yes, I've got a very strong northern accent.
No, I'm not from the north.
Yeah, you kind of sound sus as well, Maya. I'm not gonna lie. You sound like you're from England.
Yeah,
That was not my fault. I was pulled there against my will.
traitor.
So, but but haggis is the greatest then, or like, has anybody here tried like haggis? No, right? Like, except
Oh, I've had
I
haggis.
have to
Yeah.
Google what it is. I've never heard of it.
It's
before.
like
No.
sheep's. It's like sheep's
sheep's
stomach
food, right?
with
Yeah.
offal stuffed
Yeah.
with
It's
offal.
low waste.
It's
Yeah.
why is there oatmeal in it?
I
Like,
only heard of it.
everything else like makes kind of sense, but
To
the
bulk it
oatmeal.
out.
Bulk it out.
Okay.
You know,
Bulk it
you
out.
get that nice gritty flavor.
No, not that. It's only certain white pudding. Oatmeal stuffing, even oatmeal stuffing up here. You have to cook it right, otherwise it literally just the oats burn and you just get oil.
Okay.
I
Interesting.
don't.
Do you know what? People bash
When
on
it comes
English
to-
cuisine a lot. All right, but it's not that bad. Okay, I enjoy my beans on toast, and you can all get fucked. All right, beans on toast is nice.
You can
Beans
be
suck.
nice.
I mean, English cuisine will always be like okay because they have fish and chips, and that's fucking delicious.
true.
It's carrying them basically.
To be honest,
When it
it's
comes to
a myth.
food, like, yeah, when it comes to food, like pretty universally, it's accepted that Nordic food is like trash. But I think it's like the only reason I like it is because I grew up with it. It's really weird. Like, but like it's kind of like it's all because we live like we're super north. There's no ingredients here, literally nothing. You have like carrots and like turnips, and that's it, and no spices. So what the fuck can you do with that? And everybody's poor, especially in Finland. Like, yeah, Sweden was a superpower. Like, you could maybe do something, but like Finland, like you had 200 nobles, and everybody else was fucking poor and died of hunger every other year. So like, what the fuck can you do? So I would say that the creativity that poor Finnish people with free ingredients could come up with is really good, okay? Regarding that, we didn't have, like, Italy had Roman Empire and everything to fuck around with, okay? Come on, and better climate. Good food.
Okay, so maybe it's like you picked like Poland as like the cuisine. Can you tell something about the cuisine then from Poland? I don't know what's going on over there.
Dude, this is the kind of thing you can only know if you have a Polish grandma. Like, coming over and she's prepared some bigos, which is like beef and like a thick sauce with some with some. I honestly have no idea what goes into it. All I know is I go there and it's delicious. There is borscht is always good, but that's like a general Eastern European thing. Nice little red beet soup with a lot of, you know, sometimes it's with cream. That depends on like which part of Eastern Europe you go to. Every Eastern European country says that like theirs is the best, so obviously I have to defend Polish borscht, which is usually like less dense and more clear. A bit like a lot of pepper in it usually too. It's usually like really good basic farmers food, like hearty meals, meat and potatoes, basic sauces, nice like dark bread, a big mug of beer or a couple shots of vodka to down it with, and you know, it's what gets the party going.
That's what.
Yeah, I think cold countries are often like that, right? It's all just like stews and beer and stuff
There's
like that to
vodka.
keep
Yeah.
you warm and like fill you up. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
but
English
like,
cuisine like that as well.
yeah, you can't
cool.
really do much
That's
else.
I wanted to say though, as far as haggis is concerned, I have a lot of respect for cuisines that like still nowadays, when everything's prepackaged in a supermarket and whatnot, still respect like every single part of the animal. Like using the offal is something that most people in Europe are gonna like. They're gonna throw up just at the idea of it. When I mean, if you're gonna kill the animal, you might as well at least use all of it, not let any of it go to waste.
Isn't that what like McDonald's burgers are made out of?
Yeah.
Richmond sausage.
So it does get used to some extent.
Hello, German friend.
So welcome,
Hello,
Zwerp.
Jeff.
He's
Yeah.
muted. There we go.
Oh, and now I need to. There we go.
Hello.
He is back.
Hello.
Welcome, Zwerp. So we
Welcome
were talking about your favorite country within the EU. So if you could mute again, then you can tell us your favorite EU country. Oh, he's being called or something? What's going on?
No.
Your
I was just adjusting my lights. Sorry, what?
Your favorite EU country. What's yours?
Well,
Here we go.
Also,
I thought about this-
also,
I thought about this
what's
earlier.
about before you answer? Also, could you include what you think about haggis in this conversation?
Haggis.
Don't fall for the
I
trap.
mean, it doesn't even taste bad. Like, you know.
Hey,
but
there you go.
It's pretty good. You know, it has a strong taste to it, but it's very nice.
Since you're the German chef, obviously you have like the authority in this talk, right? So, but what's your favorite European country?
I thought about this earlier, and I thought I wouldn't really be able to tell. Like, I'm living a good life in Germany, so I would say Germany probably because it's, you know, I've lived in Germany and I know Germany, and I don't know any other countries that well. So, you know, I couldn't really tell.
I came out on the side of Germany as well, as a Brit.
Yeah. So,
Right. Chinchilla, real quick. Am I the only one which has Chinchilla's cam fucked
Yeah.
up?
I think
Oh.
so, yeah. I can see him.
Yeah.
Okay, there
Fine
you
for
go. There you
me.
go. I fixed it. Okay.
what's going on with Discord, guys?
Can't see his beautiful face.
It's,
German all the way.
it's because there's too many of us. Discord is spazzing the fuck out.
Damn.
What was that, Zwerp? Can you repeat that?
I was just quoting Icarios in your chat.
Yeah. Yeah, we had like a little scuffle about like haggis earlier on, but food wise, like I remember doing the food podcast, and most of us picked like grilled food. So none of like people here say like, well, I like Greece the most because there's like just good food or something. Like
I mean,
Mr.
you don't have to
Balkan,
pay
Mr.
taxes in
Mucky.
Greece.
Wait,
Yo,
wait.
you
You
don't have to
didn't,
pay
you
taxes
didn't
in
allow
Greece.
me to speak. Wait, I
Yeah,
waited.
there we go.
Wait,
There we go.
what about cevapi or like pleskavica or anything like Turkish, like Serbian food? Like you have it everywhere on your streets. You go to England, hey, kebab place. Fucking, you see it everywhere.
Night, what is this?
Gyros,
No
Gyros
hate,
kebabs.
no hate,
Can't deny,
no hate
gyros
towards
is the
kebab. No
best.
hate towards
Gyros is
kebab. I
the
want
best.
I like those kebabs.
Yeah, they're good, right?
Yeah.
Hey, because of Serbians and Turkish, everything was made possible. We did stop them at Slovenian border. We allowed the food to go through, but we didn't allow them. We
Nice one,
thank you to Slovenia. Thank you to Slovenia. Thank you to Sava. Sava River saved us all from Turkey's invasion and saved us from the import. But we did allow the food, so now we have the food. So yeah, I think they basically cevapi and pleskavicas are the best. If you've ever been to Serbia, it's like one of the best places like to eat anything of this. Like even Gordon Ramsay can compare it to like a good pleskavica. It's so good. It's like with like with chips meat with like beef. It's like mixed. It has some sauces, so it's really
Ah.
special. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Who invented fridges though? I wonder which country did that because that would be a
Both,
really
yeah.
good
Did Scotland
country.
invent fridges? No.
Aye.
Because it's
I mean, if
always
nobody
cold over
claimed that
there,
yet,
so they
if
called their
nobody-
country a
Nobody
fridge.
has
And
claimed that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was my grandpa actually. So
What created the fridge?
a German man. Yep.
No way. Like fridge
I
doesn't
could
sound.
just,
For
I could
real?
just, I could
It
just
seems it
blatantly
was
lie
Willem
about
Collins.
this.
It's got a
that
sign.
doesn't sound
I was
real.
just gonna
Nobody,
say,
nobody knows
doesn't
the
sound
truth.
real.
Nobody knows the
It-
truth, so I could just say what I want.
William
No, I don't
Cullen.
It's
know. I
way
have no
too
idea.
far away, though. Your great grandma, like what the 1700s?
Yeah,
What the
oh,
fuck?
yeah, I know. It's just, you know, I didn't want to say great. You know. Oh wait, yeah. No. You're right. Okay,
Which
never
one,
mind.
Zwerp? Which great
I
grandfather?
mean, if we're
listen,
going
listen.
by invention,
had-
surely England's
I
going
had-
to lead that, right?
I had 3 hours of sleep, and then I worked for 12 hours today. All right, please bear with me.
Just clip the part that you want to use, guys. Just clip it. Don't include that part.
Surely, if we're going by
Can edit that
inventions,
out
right,
later.
England has to come out on top. I know the Empire was bad and all, but it did make a lot of technology, right? Like you got to give us props for that. No,
No.
Sure, guys.
I don't know.
Just no.
It invaded
Nah.
all the places.
we
With,
had
hey,
we
we're
had like the
nice.
first industrial revolution. That was pretty based.
Hey,
Yeah,
Indians
but-
need to go on Apple. Now we will take your country.
Yeah, I mean we did that as well, but
I'm also take your people.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
just gonna take this.
Okay,
We're nice.
Maya, Maya wants to
Yeah, see,
respond.
this is why I didn't want to defend England because I knew this was coming.
Okay, Maya, guys, Maya wanted to respond.
Wait, what about the Vikings?
I'm still trying to make sense of that. Why you thought, oh, that's sensible to say. The amount of people in England that genuinely think the empire was good, they seriously do. They're like, well, we
No, it
freed
wasn't good.
slaves.
No, it wasn't. Good.
Unironically, the majority of people do.
It was not good. The British
Well,
Empire
it
was
really-
not a good thing. Honestly, it could have been a good thing, right? We could have exported technology and had global trade routes and done all this
Well,
nice
that's-
stuff, but we
that's
didn't.
pretty
We basically just went around
But
genociding
that's pretty
people.
much
It
saying
was
the same
really.
thing about other things, Dancing
Yeah.
Stone. That's like,
Yeah.
oh, Hitler could have been a good person.
It could have
if
been.
he didn't do
it wasn't-
this.
It wasn't.
Oh,
it was
okay.
not good. It was
Let's
not
And
good.
you know,
go
like
there.
a murder mass, you know, we get the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like people who idolize Churchill. It's like, well, you're right. Churchill was like a big racist who like starved the Indians to death. Like, what?
Oji Nobunaga was a good person if he wasn't such a dictator
Racist.
bullshit and also
Yeah.
paranoid
Okay.
and a.
See, this is why I don't defend England. This is why. This is why. There's too much of a dark history there.
Maya,
But which country
you wanna-
does not?
Don't get me
Maya,
started.
you wanted to
true.
say something
Slovenia.
else as well?
Germany.
No
Maya.
bad
Hey,
history.
thanks for the follow, thanks for the like, Frank.
Guys,
Yugoslavia is
Guys,
actually
guys,
really
guys,
good. It was really good.
Maki. Maya, you want to say something else because you want to interrupt?
Oh, I don't remember what it was. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's fair enough. But yeah,
Refrigerators?
it's like, yeah, about the refrigerators. So when we talk about inventions, so to speak, so do you think that Scotland is somewhere in the league? Did they invent the fridge, by the way? I don't know.
Yeah, it was a guy like William Cullen or something.
Nobody fucking know. Okay, dude.
Okay, I'm sorry. I googled it when it was
Who
brought
the
up.
fuck invented
Ooh.
the fridge?
The first use of vapor
William
like gas
Cullen.
transfer for temperature was actually in like antiquity in ancient Iranians, like ancient Persians did that.
Damn.
Maybe they were
Doesn't surprise
Scottish.
me.
Obviously, it
I
wasn't.
mean-
It wasn't like the same. It's the same principle as a fridge. It's obviously not the same as a fridge, but same principle. Sorry.
We win because we had a Nokia.
We invented
Oh
sandwiches.
yeah, they had Nokia. That's actually the best phone.
Ooh,
Nokia
true.
phone, best refrigerator.
Best
Holy
Base
shit.
steak.
Yeah, but we invented
Nokia
sandwiches,
smart
right?
refrigerator.
You've all eaten a sandwich. I'm bridging the gap here,
Is,
right?
is,
Inventions and food. We invented sandwiches, so
is that an invention? To be honest,
How's it going?
Yeah,
Frank?
I mean, everything's an invention
I'm
at
on
some
the-
point, right?
I'm on the podcast,
Somebody
We
invented
invented-
fire.
the European
Colour
banter
photographs.
fight podcast.
oh,
and insulin and daily contact lenses. I could go on.
are you?
You know, we should just
Googling it
team
right
up as
now?
a union. Okay, I don't want to defend England anymore. Let's just reunion. I don't want you to leave.
Did you just ask a Scottish person to join a union?
Yeah, you should stay with us.
We made a
Oh, we-
pacemaker, so fuck you. You'd all be dead without us.
We invented the text message literally because of Nokia.
Really?
So, yeah, fuck off.
Okay, okay.
Oh, and Linux. So
And
Yeah.
Linux. Yeah, nobody uses Linux, right? Who's running Linux right now?
I'm sorry, what?
most
What's
of the
Linux?
most
Linux
of
is an
the-
operating system.
By the way, all of the supercomputers
Oh,
in the planet, but sure.
Yeah, but like, who here is running Linux?
I think there's some programmers, self-proclaimed fucking professional hackers or whatever that use it because nobody else uses it or something like that.
It's
But,
open
yeah,
source,
no.
right? So
Yeah,
Mm.
I think it's just like easier to mod, right?
Mhm.
Mhm. Yeah. So
I-
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm really curious. Are you gonna defend a country, Chinchilla?
No.
If I'm gonna,
Mm.
no,
Yeah,
I'm
come on,
I'm
let's
the
hear your
moderator.
Yeah, which is your favorite?
Yeah.
China.
Let's hear it.
China, number
I'm-
one.
He's gonna say Japan.
No,
No,
he's gonna say China.
I'm obviously gonna go with the Vatican City, right?
Vatican City.
Of
As a deeply
course.
religious
You and
person.
the Pope are
Of
homies.
course.
Thank you.
For me, it was a choice between Liechtenstein, Vatican City, and Andorra. I don't like San Marino, but so
Because
there
they're
you
all
go.
tiny.
Yeah, but, did you pick the coronavirus countries? Those are
No.
the top.
Countries who did worst with coronavirus.
with the
You'd
with the
win.
best.
England would win.
Yeah, we would win. We'd probably win. Yeah, we did really bad. See, this I can't defend it. There's nothing to defend it on. We're doing bad recently, and we've done bad before that as well, and we're just going to continue doing bad. It's not good.
I don't think
You've got the
anyone's
Northern
handled it good.
Independence Party.
I don't think anyone's
do.
handled it well except for Australia.
Australia.
Yes.
I mean, they compete in Eurovision, so that's like good enough, right? It's basically a member of the EU.
Oh, so we can pick Australia as well, right?
Yeah,
So weird.
basically.
Yeah.
Then everyone would pick Australia, but then England would win because that was a colony of England. So
Yeah. We steal your country now.
Oh man, that's kind of ridiculous. No, but so Swerp and Dancing Spoon have the same take on that they picked their favorite country as Germany, right? Honestly, Spoon, you told like basically a little bit more about Germany. That, like Swerp was like, I live here, I don't know anything else. Therefore, probably Germany. So.
Well, like I said, right, I don't think I've ever met a German person that I don't like, which to me is indicative that like Germany is just a good place, right? If Germany was a bad place, it would produce bad people. But I've never met any of these bad people.
they got rid of the bad people. That's
Exactly, they got rid of the bad people, and that
Oh no.
is a
Wasn't
sign of
produced in
progress.
Germany. Wasn't produced in Germany.
That is
Do
a
you-
sign of progress and development, right? Which is good. I like that. I appreciate the
Talk about
growth.
Austria.
Exactly. I appreciate the growth that Germany has gone through. And I like the people there. And I think Germany's got like a nice middle ground on a lot of other things, right? Like their food is like, it's not terrible. It's not like the best, but it's pretty good, right? It's
That's
easy
true.
to defend, hard to attack. You know, it's not like a
Hard to attack.
lot there. Like, you know, economically they do quite well. They're relatively progressive, which I appreciate, you know. I think Germany is just, but more than being my favorite, it's my least hated.
I have to
Nice,
ask though,
nice one.
do you play FPS games like CS:GO or? Okay,
Wolfenstein.
because when you end up with a toxic German in your team, holy shit,
Oh.
they go hard.
Sprich Deutsch, du Hurensohn.
Yeah, because you're talking about them being nice, and IRL Germans are usually really nice, but damn, you don't want to meet an angry one in CS:GO.
That's because of the internet in general. I think I've met so many people from so many different countries, and they all are toxic and mean and sometimes nice, but usually, you know, it's the internet. Nobody really knows you, and you can type in the chat whatever you want. You know, N word,
sure.
F word, fucking whatever.
So what do you think about Dancing Spoon? Like what he said, Swerp?
I can't really add anything to that. I guess that's a pretty good take. We are we do pretty good in basically everything, I guess.
And this is how it
You know,
starts, boys.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're fucking great. What can I say?
Just wait a few years.
There's a lot of things that can be improved, of course, but a lot of those things are being done way more poorly by other European countries. So yeah, I guess we're good.
What
enough.
about Russia?
Yeah, it's a European country.
mean,
We didn't have to pick EU countries. So is nobody? Russia is like the biggest country,
So
No,
right?
Russia's not
So
good.
it has like a very
listen,
cultural
listen.
diverse.
I play a lot of video games, and every time I have a Russian teammate, it is the worst
Super, super.
experience I could possibly
Suka
get.
blia, dit is een
I'm
goed.
sorry, but
Yeah.
95% of Russian
Rush B.
teammates are plain stupid. I'm
Also,
sorry.
Putin runs Russia.
mean,
and
we
Putin is
must play-
terrible.
Yeah.
It's ought to be like when I play in Finland, because you either play all the time with Russians or other Eastern Europeans, and most Eastern Europeans know or understand Russian, so everybody talks to each other except Finnish people, because you rarely get like like it's more common to play with Eastern Europeans and Russians than like Middle Europeans or other Nordic people, because it's servers
I would
just
not like that.
go
I would
like
not
that.
like that.
But everybody speaks English, though.
No.
Basically, everybody speaks
Boulevard.
English.
No,
It's,
really
it's like the
not,
most
no.
common second language.
When it comes to
Sorry,
playing
what?
with Russians, no.
I can have
Oh, hell
one.
no.
I can have one Russian guy in the whole game lobby. Out of like 20 people or whatever, there's one Russian guy, and he's gonna type fucking Russian in chat, and everybody says, "Yo, talk English, whatever." We can't understand. He's gonna keep typing in Russian.
Yeah, so
Yep.
it's like I played CS:GO over 1,000 hours. So when it comes to like CS:GO, you never have all of the teammates speaking English. You every game you have 1 to 3 people who don't speak English, but it's never all the 5 who speak English, without a fail in here at least.
Yeah, but that's still a majority.
Yeah, but it can change because it's like the Russian majority too. That they might not be Russian, but all speak Russian. So like the English speakers are the minority, and they're like, and you get asked more like Ruski or than do you speak English like in those servers. So
Yeah, but that's like, come on, this is like one thing. Like, on a global scale, like English is
I'm
English
not
is
talking
still the
about
most common
global
second
scale. I'm
language.
talking about being gaming in Finland. What the fuck is here?
But this is like this is irrelevant.
But you guys have my summer car. We talked about this.
Sure.
Russian.
It's a thing in Europe in general where like you hop into a lobby and the first 30 seconds are figuring out who speaks what language, who even like you look at American like esports streamers and they just hop in the lobby and everyone speaks American English. It's they don't even wonder about it.
Also, Spoon, you don't get to say here. There's no good players from England. There's 0 pros, at least in CS:GO, and what I know of League of Legends. There's 0 pros.
I don't follow
England.
these things. Right?
Okay?
I'm more concerned with the
No,
the usage of the language, generally speaking.
That's not true.
Nice pivot.
No, but that is
Yeah.
true. English is used in most countries, right? Except France. I mean, France is not used a lot, but other countries do use it a lot.
Yeah, France had like years. When I followed CS:GO, France had a lot of like good players. It still has a few, but like Kenny S's team, I don't remember that, but that was completely French team, and they're like one of the best in the world. But it changes like who is at the top at the time. Right now, it's been Danish team and a Brazilian team on CS:GO at least.
So when we talk about these regions, so to speak, like Northeast, like the British Isles, so to speak, or Western Europe or Southern, whatever, what region do you guys think is like the friendliest or like the least friendliest? Because we talked about Russians, and we talked a little bit about angry Germans in CS:GO.
Serbians are the eastern regions. I think are the nicest. Like you won't like here. Like if you go from Slovenia down, like to Greece, it's all nice people. They will invite you to coffee. They will invite you to tea. They will invite you to eat. They will invite you to drink. They will get you to sleep in their house.
I can
free.
confirm Maki actually does that to me.
And Maki is a hungry and thirsty man, so
Hey, leave my buddy alone.
well, I'm just saying.
We do actually
chill.
like
I'm
when I went
thirsty
to
for
Serbia,
Maki too.
it's really fantastic. Like people invite you to homes, and it's like really something that you don't see in other countries. It's like some different, this sort of different aspect of also like on the street, everyone is stopping each other. You can stop a girl, be like, "Hey, like you," and she's gonna be like, "Yeah, like you too. Want to go out? Yeah, okay, let's go."
Over here, I'm gonna call the cops. Leave me alone.
But no,
Isn't it like if I think at like a hospitality, like friendly hospitality, I think a little bit about France, right? Is that correct, Neyman?
My experience is in Paris, and Paris is a horrible place to meet new people.
I was there.
It's a fucking. You're not gonna make friends here easily. It's possible.
Really?
There are nice people here too, but they're not like. It's not the general feeling of the city.
Isn't that the same with every major city?
Probably, yeah. But Persians do have like a. I don't know if it's the same in every major city or not, but there's really this thing. Like for example, the main comparison I have is New York because that's where my older brother lives. So I've seen a bit how like people socialize there. In New York, I go to a bar with my older brother. We sit down, we have a couple beers. and like someone is drinking a beer next to us, and we just like start talking with them, with someone we never met ever before in our lives, and we can include them in their conversation if he overhears us or we overhear something he's saying, and it's like very natural and easygoing on that perspective, even in a big city like New York. Whereas in Paris, you go to a bar, everyone's in their own little like friend group that they've known for like 10 or 15 years, ever since high school or university or whatever, or work. And it's all those like little cliques. Once you're in them, then it's much less superficial. Like that guy we met in the bar in New York, we never talked to him ever again. It was very nice, but very superficial. Whereas here, it's very hard to get that like first contact, break through those walls. But once you're actually part of a group, then you're like invited to everything they do and every time they go out. So it's like two different modes, I guess. But that makes it very cold for. Sorry, yeah.
No. Continue.
I was just going to finish. It makes it very cold for someone who doesn't know anyone, who shows up in town and wants to meet new people. It's hard. It's really fucking hard.
Tina?
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's sort of similar in Sweden, with like the whole going to a bar and like randomly starting up a conversation with someone at the next table. But here, I think it more has to do with age. Like if you're over 40, I'd say it's a very natural thing to do. But but if you're younger, it's more like you're there with your friends and your friend group, and you don't socialize with people you don't know in that kind of way, at least. I just had a funny thought that like it's both ways. Oddly enough, we're socially awkward as hell in Sweden.
You, like Tina, you told me a story about like how Sweden did social distancing before social distancing was a thing.
Yeah, we always practice social distancing. We hate people.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
No, we just do. It's because it's like with if you go on the bus or you're queuing in a grocery store or something, it's always at least like 1.5 meters between you. And if you're on the bus, you always pick an empty seat. You never sit down next to someone if there's an empty seat. It's like it's an unwritten rule, and everybody does it. Every single person does it.
Did you ever have it like if you ever talk to a stranger, they look at you like, why the fuck are you talking to me? Are you insane?
Oh yeah.
Have you lost your mind?
I mean, sometimes like a simple hello can be met with a "what the fuck you looking at" kind of look.
Wow.
That's just like,
Damn.
I don't know. Those kind of people probably have a bad day or something, but it's happened.
I feel like. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say that. I mean, at most we say hello to someone we meet, and it's not like when we walk in town. It's more like if we live like on the outskirts of town in a small like area with a couple of houses, then you can say hello because it's like sort of your neighbor. But if it's someone more distant than that, then hell no.
Oh, we don't even do that in England. In England, we just go.
Well, we do that here too, actually.
Really?
Don't talk to me, just go.
Maya want to say something, right?
That was the hand that.
Yeah.
So how I speak to. In England, you don't talk to other people. I moved up to a little island, and people just. All right. I was like.
Yeah,
it's so weird. Why are you talking? It throws me off. And now, anytime you like walk past someone, oh, nice weather of the day. Aye, lovely. It scares me. I get so panicky.
It scares me. Oh.
So that's like Scotland. They are like that to strike up conversation, or it's just.
I haven't decided. I can't figure out if it's because people are very well. Where I live is really rural, so I think it's a rural thing. It's not quite like that in all of Scotland, but in all of Scotland, you do say hi to strangers as you pass them, or just wave or something instead of having like a whole conversation. I don't know if it's just an extension of that kind of British need to be polite, but I don't actually care about you or your existence, or if it's because we actually care. I would be incredibly surprised if we actually care. I think it's just I feel the need to say something so you don't think I'm rude, but I just don't. I don't really care.
So, Maki,
Also
you
keeping
had
up appearances.
Yeah, I had a question. So it's not only the Balkans that are so nice. I thought maybe the Netherlands might have like a more open. Because I've been to Netherlands. No, it's not only in Amsterdam. Is it just that there? No.
Not
I
from
mean,
my experience.
From my experience in Amsterdam, everybody's very open.
Amsterdam is a
Everybody
tourist
wants
city,
to
so
talk
that
to
might
you.
be different.
they're all stoned.
But I think that's
the
because
difference.
the whole city is literally
And
high
yeah,
as fuck.
of
They're
course, if
literally
you have
fucking
all
posted
these
day.
listen, if you have all these prostitutes that basically just go like, hey, hey,
But they're very open.
come over here, hey, come over here. Yeah, but that's not reality.
So what is the reality?
Listen, Jin.
Okay.
I'll cut you off. I'll happily cut you off. I think
My man.
I will mute you. I will
I
server mute you.
think the warmer the weather, the warmer the
Yeah.
people.
Mhm.
Yeah, usually.
You get me? Like northern people, like I thought Germans were, kind of cold-sided towards strangers or stuff. But if I heard from Tina that it's that bad in Sweden, you can't even say hello. That's kind of fucking weird. And I've been to Spain before.
Yep.
And everybody was so nice in Spain. Like every stranger, literally, like
Yep.
that was so nice, and everybody was just happier. You ever heard about vitamin D? That's the kind of fucking vitamins you get from
Look,
sun
guys,
and
if
stuff.
you
From the
came-
sunlight, yeah.
If you came to
I think
Slovenia,
it has
I
an
would invite you
actual-
all to
I think-
Tika.
There you go.
Drink
Thank
tea.
you. I think it has an actual effect on people's just
It
mindset or
does
whatever,
have an
or
effect on
their
people's moods.
happiness. Their happiness
Yeah.
in general. I
No,
We're all
but it
basically
does have an
vampires up
effect
here
on
now.
it. Colder countries have less of a vitamin. Have more vitamin D deficiency because they have less of the sun. Like actually over here, we only have a few months that we could hypothetically get all the vitamin D that we need during that period compared to the other months. So it does.
What do you mean, James? What are you talking about? You don't go outside.
What? What? Yeah, no. It does.
Nice.
Does that
I think it's
explain
just-
that he? Okay, go. Sorry.
I think it's just it takes energy to like interact with people and like be sociable. And if you're spending all that energy on keeping warm, then you just can't be bothered with the rest of it. That's what it is.
I think it's to do with how rushed you are in your life. Like I feel like people in cold countries, you're rushed. I don't want to be outside. I'm on the move. Sorry, it's too windy. I'm not happy. I'm going inside. I'm freezing my tits off. I thought in warm countries, like in like Italy. Oh, apparently it's really friendly. It's also the trains are always late. Oh, it's fine. It'll come. In London, people like push to get on the next tube. There's one every minute, and they get angry that they've missed that. Just wait 1 minute.
It's a lot of time to wait. It's a whole 60 seconds.
True.
It's a lot
Stick-
to wait when it's
stick the hole.
minus 15 degrees.
Yeah.
Also
Yeah.
about the whole talking or saying hello to strangers. It's not very common in Germany, I think, but in the area I live in, it is very common, and it's like an unwritten rule basically that you say. We do have a little word in this area instead of just hello or good morning, good evening. It could literally mean anything. It's called moin, MOIN. Moin.
Moin.
Moin.
Sounds Finnish, actually.
Moin.
Yeah.
So if you meet someone strange, not someone strange, if you meet a stranger, if you walk past someone, you better damn fucking say moin to them.
So if he's
you
drunk,
If you say moin
Wait,
moin,
which
if you say moin
country?
moin, if you say
Germany.
moin moin, then you're a tourist. Dithmarschen, which is in the northern, which is in northern Germany. And Maya, like Maya said before, if people even if people just say hello to a stranger, even if they don't care about them or if they don't care about how they are doing or whatever, I think it still makes you feel good if you're getting noticed by other people or stuff like that. So I think it's kind of nice, and I'm actually I notice myself getting kind of pissed when I see someone walking past me and I say hello to them, or I say, moin, and they don't say it back. I'm like,
Mm.
who the fuck are you?
Yeah,
Who do you think
especially
you are?
when they heard you and they just like
Yeah.
they just
know
like
what
look at you and walk away. What the
Cool.
fuck?
They stare you down.
Rejected.
I mean, have your issues, but come on, man.
So
Be
my
nice.
dad, he had like a really old uncle, and he was from like a really rural area, and he probably saw only like 10 people a year or something like that. So one day my dad needed to take him on like a train ride, but because of the fact that he's so rural, he says hi to everybody. So they were basically all with the train station was like hi, hi, hi.
Oh, that's
when
so
they were
sweet.
when they were in the train. So I do definitely think it's probably like a rural versus city divide as well, right? I think that I think if you walk in the woods and somebody is walking towards you, right, on like
Walk
just on
in.
if it's kind of weird if you have somebody you might acknowledge them. You don't say hi, maybe, but
I feel like if there are less people, like there's more, like it's more needed that you know them. You know what I mean? Like if you live in a village with like 10 people and you don't know the 9 people besides yourself, it's a bit embarrassing,
Yeah.
right? You look like a hermit.
You need some social interaction.
I
Yeah.
just realized I live in a very small village. I have seen one of my neighbors. Don't know the rest. They live next door to me. Any other houses nearby? No, I don't know them.
And I heard the Scots were really nice. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just go
So
around
there's
and have
no-
some haggis.
Whatever.
There's no
You
need
socialize.
to.
You socialize through
Yeah.
the internet. That's fine as well. Like everybody for
Yeah.
himself.
I've lived 2 years in like apartment building. I don't know like anyone here by name, and I don't recognize anyone by face. Like every time when I see like somebody in the same like building, it's like a first time. I don't recognize their faces. They're like completely new. I don't know.
I
Mhm.
recognize people by their animals, so I know which cats belong to which house and like which dogs because I see them in the windows. I think that's enough.
That's fucking great.
I see the same way.
Don't care about the people
Yeah.
as long as the animals.
That's more important.
That's pretty
Like
base.
I will not find out the people's
Maki.
names. I went to someone's house and chapped on their door to find out the name of their dog. He's called Red.
Maki, remember the cat story?
I think I do.
Okay. No, but I think it's pretty interesting. Like, are you like different in that sense, Maya, or do you think that that's just normal for Scottish people?
For the animal or just me not knowing people?
The animal, that's definitely not normal. I think so, but I don't know. but just
Oh,
kidding.
Jesus.
But no, but for just not knowing your neighbors like that.
I don't know them because they're my neighbors, but everyone, if you say a name here, people will go, oh, wait, that's so-and-so's husband's, dogs, brothers, uncles. I know them, yeah. They just figure it out. You can't, everyone knows your business. I hate it so much. I hate it.
But honestly, I think that depends on like, if you, especially if you live in a small town or fucking village, or if you live in a certain part of town, a certain part of a city, or something that like, at least for people who are older than us, they care about people around them and like get to know their neighbors and shit. And we just fuck it. I think basically that's it. And like, but it is more common in smaller towns. I mean, I used to live in Kopparberg, which is 4,500 people back then. And over a huge fucking, geographic area. And still, like, everybody knew everybody. And it was insane. Like, the second I said something about, who is this person? And, like, it didn't matter who I asked. Everybody would have known who I was talking about. And, like, it's fucking scary.
It is. True. So, does anybody want to say something about this? Or should we move on? We should move on. I guess so.
Balkans win.
So win. Like that's why I didn't invite Dario on, because otherwise we would have like Balkan infighting right now. So anyways, we had the second topic was basically about which country is the worst. I already heard some of you. Like it's probably gonna be Norway.
Fuck it. Fuck him.
I don't know why, but I want to hear. I want to hear why. So let's start off with Tekajin. Which country do you think that's the worst within the EU? Also,
enemies.
you can also pick like Russia or Kazakhstan if you think that's still part of Europe.
Maki, what is the worst country?
No.
You get it.
You get a pick, Tekajin.
Ethiopia.
Japan.
Japan, yeah. Australia.
Japan is the fucking best. Australia is definitely the worst country because just fact they got so many things that want to kill you. I don't want to go to the bathroom and just open the toilet seat and just see a huntsman spider staring at me holding my William going like, no, those are just too many eyes on me, and just close it down. You know.
Yeah, we had one guest on, and she just found it is found just a spider within there
in the bathroom. Yeah.
That was something. Lovely huntsman spider.
Unless I get an Australia starter package, including a flamethrower, a nuclear warhead, that kind of stuff.
Okay, but nice. What's the worst country within Europe?
What country in Europe? Never mind. Sorry.
Still, different opinions. I don't have a specific worst country or best country. I can't. It's not that simple. Current worst country? Ooh, difficult.
I will come back to you just before I ask Maki, okay? So
yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, ask Maki.
No, just before I ask. Which country do you think it's the worst?
So I heard earlier someone was going to do the same meme I'm about to do. For my worst country, I'm going to pick Poland.
Why?
Okay, first off, I'm sorry to all my Polish compatriots. Poland is racist as fuck. Right now, it's a government that would make the alt-right proud and like any Christian fundamentalists proud with their like anti-LGBT zones and all that bullshit. It's like a white supremacist dream country where there's like where you can walk around town and across the week you'll only pass like one colored person. Or person of color, rather. There is like a small habit, but that's really fucking dumb. I know it's pretty prevalent in Eastern Europe in general, but specifically in Poland, I've seen it a lot. Everyone has a fireplace. Everyone throws their fucking plastic in their fireplace to burn it. Alcoholism. Alcoholism.
Not in the oceans.
Classic. It's not in the oceans, true. Actually, earlier I was talking about history too. Yes, Poland actually was at certain points a very advanced European country, but you know who was their biggest enemy? Sometimes it was Prussia, sometimes it was Russia fucking with them, but the only reason those empires could fuck with them in the first place was because Poland's greatest enemy always was themselves. At any given time when Poland was starting to acquire wealth and power in the geopolitical scene, there was some dumb fucking coup, some dumb fucking like controversy in the court, and they fought each other and they basically sabotaged their own chances at accomplishing anything. One that I actually wanted to throw in as an advantage, but I wanted to throw it in earlier. I actually had prepared. I was expecting you, Chinchilla, to like defend the Netherlands and that to like bring up prostitution. But like I don't really know if it's a good thing. Like I want to meme it. Sorry, I want to meme it as a good thing, but it's kind of a bad thing too. Mostly a bad thing, rather. If we go outside of the like edgy meme, it seems like most of the human trafficking that leads to prostitution comes from fueled by Eastern European women. When it's not like African women or other people. That's something.
True.
Oh, this guy really hates Poland.
I love Poland. Okay.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah. You talk to any Polish person, they love their country and they hate it.
Interesting.
Also, another thing about Poland. Okay, one thing I have to give to Poland. They've got some nice landscapes.
Dude,
They
the
got
nature
some-
there
they
is
got some-
amazing. Yeah.
It sounds like you were there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
haven't,
it's
I
super
haven't.
beautiful.
But my mates told me. The other class, same year as I was, we did have an exchange week. I went to Spain, some others went to Italy, I think, and some guys went to Poland, and we were all like, "Yo, you're so unlucky, right? We get to go to Spain. These others go to Italy, and they go to fucking Poland." But seriously though, the stereotype is, especially in Germany, because we have a lot of guest workers from Poland. We used to have a big wave of them, and we still do, like seasonal workers and stuff, who just earn better money here in Germany, and then they get their money in the season, and then they go back. The stereotype is that they steal a lot.
Oh yeah,
They steal at every possible given opportunity. And yeah, we were all joking about that and stuff. So two of the students in that class actually got their phone stolen when the Poland's came over here by their fucking exchange student from Poland. And one of them had their new phone stolen again when a couple of months later they went to Poland for a week.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
fuck off. Bloody hell.
The second you mentioned Germans going on vacation in Poland, it reminded me of a joke that my family told me. It's go to vacation in Poland. Your car is already there.
Different joke.
Yeah, not what you expected.
So nice Polish hate going on there. So
Sorry.
now we're going on we're gonna be racist against Polish. We're gonna get cancelled. So thank you very much. So Dancing Spoon, you're up next. Please don't cancel me.
I mean, it's got to be Russia, right? For a lot of the same reasons why Poland is bad, like their anti-LGBT stuff, the racism, Putin running the country, like literally murdering political dissidents and controlling dissidents and controlling the country through like a branch of oligarchs that are under his control. It's pretty fucking yikes. And not only that, right? Think of a bad guy. They always have a Russian accent, right? They always have bad guys. Russia is the bad guy of the world.
The movie gets produced in the US.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But legitimately, Russia is pretty bad. And like their main industry is like oil, which is also pretty bad. There's not really a lot of redeeming factors in Russia, in my opinion. So I think I definitely go Russia.
Interesting. So, Sabi, you wanna hate on Norway?
I would maybe say Belarus, last dictatorship of Europe. I think, I'm not sure, but I don't think there's like literally anything that EU is doing for like any like core rights that we deem to be European or Western or liberal. When you have no freedom of press, no freedom of speech, etc., etc. And yeah. I think it's even bigger crime that Hungary can be going like falling in the same shit, and it's part of the EU, and EU is not doing much about it. But, yeah.
Okay. So, Tina, what's your pick?
Yeah, I fucking hate Norway.
Damn.
just because it's a neighboring country, or
Yeah.
Why?
Just because it's full of Norwegians. It's disgusting.
Oh,
They can
nice.
they should just stay there and rot.
Got cancelled again. So, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Swerve, what about you?
I mean, I don't know if I have one that I find the worst. Like,
All of them.
I don't know. I do know for sure that for German boys, it's really funny to say "fuck France" and fuck all the French people. Probably because of some recent events. Not recent events, but like the 16th. I think it was the 16th Panzer Division that kind of just breached through the whole of France, and then they took over Paris and stuff like that. And yeah, for some reason, people still find that funny because there's been a rivalry between the French and the Germans, kind of a friendship, but also kind of a rivalry, and about some territory as well. Like it's been going back and forth. With like every war that one side won, they took back that territory, they claimed it back, and then another war, and then they claimed it back and stuff. But yeah, no, I don't know. I couldn't decide.
So yeah, so you don't you just go with the friends just for the meme.
No, it's not what I said. Fuck you.
No, you don't go with anybody anything.
I don't go with anything.
Okay,
I don't
so
go by the rules.
Tumble dryer by what's your? Is it you can exclude, like, you don't have to go with the Union. You can also just say England, because if you want to.
Well, I would not be including Wales in that. Wales does nothing wrong. It's lovely. There's cattle grids, sheep with tails. I'm sticking with Norway. I'm still bitter over that they promised a dowry, they didn't pay it. Okay, am I personally bitter about that? Yes, very much so. Did it happen in like 1490 something? Yeah. But they promised Orkney a dowry, and then they didn't pay it, and then we're stuck in the Union, and I'm not happy about that. We could be Norwegian. I could have a Norwegian passport. No. I'm here with a blue passport.
See, they fucking suck.
They suck. So,
Okay,
so
one thing about
Tekajin.
Welsh people though,
What?
you cannot understand them.
I'm Welsh.
You're
Scottish.
I live in Scotland, but I was born in Wales.
Yeah, she's half. Here we go.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, I tell you,
Yeah,
I was born in Wales. All right,
I'm
I'll tell
obviously
you
talking
again if
about,
I
like-
need to.
I'm obviously talking about like hard
Alright.
accent and stuff like that. Like I've heard that in person before. I thought it was really bad. Personal opinion.
No, I have
So-
an English accent.
So, Tech, what about you? Like, worst country?
Definitely not Norway. Definitely
Okay,
not Norway.
We excluded one country. Let's pick one now.
Go down the list.
Definitely
England?
not Germany.
All
Not
the
England?
Mexicans do this.
What about?
Casually opens world map to see what countries there are.
Let me look at European countries. Yes, Egypt is a nice European country. But again, different opinions on different aspects of a country. If I have to pick one, I'm gonna go with good old Putin. Yes.
Good old Putin. And why is that?
Russia.
I just don't know. I think Russia is a beautiful country. I've never been there, much like any other countries. I've never been there, but from hearsay reading, it's a beautiful country. Of course, pictures, YouTube, you get it. I think it's just more their behavior towards specifically, like, from Putin. I just like Destiny says, like he's kind of like a bad guy of the world, and I just don't know. I just feel that it's this whole like negative vibe. Like if I would go to Russia, that I have to be very careful in what I do, because they might think I am doing something in their country, even though I'm just a guy. You know what I mean? I just do you remember that Rocky IV when he fought against Ivan Drago, and it's like the KGB is like tailing him the entire time, and it's like this whole this Cold War vibe that's going on there. I just kind of get the same feeling still from them. It feels weird. It's probably some biasness, but I don't know. Everybody's hating on the Russians, and I don't necessarily hate them. It's just more, if I have to pick something, I guess I'll pick Russia. I'm not particularly fond of French people, but I mean,
No,
you
it
want to
is.
respond? You want to respond?
there's one good
Whenever-
thing about there's one good thing about like the French language. If a French person curses at you in French, like insults you in French, is like wiping your butt with silk. You cannot see is that like it's like, wait, is this person like just making fun of me? Like, is he insulting me? What's going on? Feels like he's trying to make his love statement to me, you know?
Sadly, I don't. That's not the impression I get. I understand what they're telling me.
If a German is talking to me, I kind of more get the feeling that no matter what they say, they come across a very negative way.
Fick dich, du Arschloch.
See, that sounds
What's
very
that?
negative. That sounds very negative.
It was
See?
negative, to be honest.
No, you got to raise the intonation a little bit.
I think French can sound very aggressive too.
Yeah.
Depends on how you
Oh,
see
le baguette.
tone of voice, I guess.
I love the German language, actually. People keep bragging on it that it's too aggressive, too harsh, and everything. It can be so beautiful. Like listening to
Also-
some, yeah.
Just for the memes. But listen, if a French person comes at me, is like trying to fight with me, I'll go like, oh, I'll fight back, and he just surrenders. I don't have to be worried about these guys. They instant
True.
surrender. So
Oh my
Name, you can respond to that as well if you want to.
Hey,
Or
look,
do you want to surrender straight away? Let's go.
I guess I have
Hoist
to.
the white flag.
I have to. Look, France, first off, y'all are BTFO'd by Napoleon, okay? You can't, none of
I like
you-
Napoleon.
Yeah, well, he fucking crushed Europe until he got crushed. But no one can claim that he didn't he didn't have a good run.
True.
That being said,
Speedrun.
it's not something I'm proud of. I'm actually like pretty mad at how the French government's role in colonialism and neocolonialism, but people everyone's talking about how the U.S. is constantly intervening militarily in the Middle East and everywhere. France is non-stop, has troops all over ex-colonies in Africa. Ever since they stopped being colonies, and obviously when they still were colonies, doing exactly the same shit the U.S. does, like overturning governments, controlling, like basically neocolonialism in all its glorious and many forms. And they aren't. The reason I'm bringing this up, they aren't losing at it. They're doing pretty good at it, which sucks for the people they're like oppressing. But it's technically a military victory, I think.
Take what you can get, right?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
what they're doing.
you
They're
can
taking. That's exactly.
You can
it.
actually get more victories with friends playing Civilization than they did IRL. So
Okay, I'm back.
welcome back.
So, Monkey, what about you? Which country is the worst?
So we have some lovely countries. I love France, really. I went there. I love Spain. I love all of you guys.
He's not gonna
But
say anything
I
bad
would
about
agree.
anyone.
No. We love everyone.
That's
Hey,
my-
thank you for the kind
See?
words, Frank.
No, but we do not like people that conform people. So it's like that have strict laws. Like, for example, historically, I think Germany would lose in my eyes. But currently, I think either Poland or Russia because of the LGBTQ and stuff like that. So people don't have the freedom to do. Even Poland has the abortion thing and like bad
True.
politics, and it's only white people in the country. It's like such weird. At least for me, it's like weird because I accept everyone. So like I would go with that, either Poland or Russia. Even though they might have some nice people, it's not everyone that's like bad there. But I think like the government is definitely currently. And Russia is bad because of basically Putin controls the Yugoslavian. They provide us with everything, so they steal from us basically. So it's like kind of bad. But other countries, I think UK is better. Scotland is better. You guys did good. You're doing good, at least in my eyes.
Okay,
But Poland,
So-
like,
Scotland.
I'm kind of like nobody picked like Belarus or like Vatican or something along those
Listen,
lines.
Oh, I
Like,
should have said also Albania,
I
probably,
don't know
right?
anything about
Because they don't really
Belarus.
have that much of an impact, though, do they? Right. So
Yeah.
like you can say like, oh, the Vatican City's banned because they're like
Bella who?
the Catholic
religious
Church, though.
fundamentalism.
Bella Humegalo?
But then
Bella
like
Vatican counts.
Yeah, of course.
then like
But-
Russia's like actively
no.
taking territory back in Ukraine. So like yeah.
Mm.
Through that, yeah.
It's-
I was
would have
thinking
loved...
of
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say I was thinking of Turkey, and all the
Yeah.
crap that's been going on there
oh, the other one.
for a few years, and like just the state of how the citizens.
You know, Turkey has the highest voter turnout in the world. They have 96% of their population vote.
I wonder why.
Holy fuck!
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are such loyal people.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Love.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, are we still talking about Europe or?
Yeah.
Now we're talking about Middle East politics.
Like people
now.
saying Russia's
We're going
the worst
towards,
European country, Turkey.
With Turkey,
America,
Russia is so in.
Mars, Uranus.
Why do you define Russia as European?
Not
What-
European. It's in
Because
Europe.
like, okay,
A part of it is
Because
in
they're
Eastern
invading
Europe.
Europe.
And like the western part of Russia definitely counts as Eastern Europe,
Yeah.
right?
okay.
I'd say so.
Yes.
yeah, some people say that Kazakhstan and like Azerbaijan and
Whatever.
like those countries are still included within Europe, so to speak.
Are those actually countries? No, just kidding.
But, or like even Armenia. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Yeah.
What about Malta?
Armenia and Turkey. Very
Yeah.
sensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Bucky, you want to say something?
No.
Okay.
It's not about Malta, but that's it.
Malta.
Oh, Malta's great.
It's-
Basically, where all the people go to, how do you call it? To have their gambling corporation
taxes.
settled.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a great tax haven and gambling haven.
Yeah.
True that.
Exactly. Very nice.
Oh, it's topical with like big slot streamers now on Twitch.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a whole
I'm
new
just gonna- meta. Book. Does
Fuck
anyone
that
know
shit.
that? Fucking XQC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course.
that's pretty interesting. So, how would you say that we as Europeans, as a closing question for this pod, that we can come together, that we can get these worst and these bad, or these worst and these good countries, probably make more friends, and even if it's not political, or if it's political, so to speak, like how can we move forward?
Split the European Union. Go back to a monkey state.
We
Monkey.
disagree.
Returns
We
to
could
monkey.
give Norway and England over to America.
You know that's what's going to happen, right? We're going to become a territory. England is going to become a territory of America following Brexit. We're going to become like the 52nd state. We're going to be New
I am-
England.
Not sure if that's
New
gonna happen. I
England.
feel like
Yeah.
Brits and Americans hate each other.
I don't think we do it. Like our cultures are very similar. Like,
It's
like
because you
especially-
are the
Don't
Americans.
speak
We
English.
are
yeah,
the Americans.
especially like it's funny,
Or the
right? So like
Americans are you,
obviously
rather.
like
Most-
America, it was like the child of England,
I was gonna
But
say,
now-
yeah.
but now like English culture is becoming Americanized. Like we're doing a reverso.
England founded America,
Every
so to
culture is
say.
becoming
America took back
Americanized.
their country, and now they would take England.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Like we're going to get like a really bad trade deal now that we've left the EU with America,
all.
and we're just going to be completely
No,
dependent on them militarily, economically.
What's going to
like,
happen?
everything.
What's going to happen? They're going to ask the government, listen, you want to become part of America? No. If you don't, we're going to throw you Tia over the, in the ocean again.
Not the tea.
Well,
You're gonna
they've
have to
got
get
the
a
other
visa.
half of our nuclear our nuclear weapons. They're not technically. We share Trident with America. We can't fully launch it without America. So they'll just be like, "Oh, Scotland takes Trident because Trident's in Scotland. If you want the rest of Trident back, you'll have to join us." That's what's going to happen.
basically the UK is going to become completely dependent on America, and we're going to be annexed into a territory. We're not even going to get
And then America's
representation.
going
It's
to
going
hate
to be
Scotland.
it's going to become a horrendous, ironic twist.
Scotland, wait, what?
Yeah, Scotland is going to take over America.
It's going to be a modern William Wallace. You'll never take our land! That was the worst Scottish accent. Don't kill me. Freedom!
I, for one, am looking forward to our Scottish overlords.
Mel Gibson.
True that.
And,
Yes.
Yeah, that's isn't.
I have an idea.
Yep.
Just set the whole European, Europe under German control.
No, stop. Stop.
Hey, isn't
I mean,
that
basically,
the
it's,
European Union?
What do you think?
Yeah, that's it. It's already then.
It's already. It's true. Yeah, it's kind of true.
Really. I don't really mind that. Germany's a very well-run country. Okay.
I see what you did there,
Shut up,
Zverb.
shut
I
up.
see what you did there.
Stop going along with it.
All right, I'm fine.
I see what you did there, Zverb. I see what you
You're
did
gonna
there.
attack England
Wow.
again?
The rest did not see that coming, though, but I did see it coming.
Oh,
Christ, no.
dear.
Oh no, not again. Not again. Yeah, it's weird how like every like European country at some point pretty much had their like every major European country, so to speak, had their bad boy face or their evil face, so to speak. And that
What about Luxembourg?
Yeah,
Luxembourg,
Yeah.
that's like a major power. That used to be like a major power, right?
Hey, try taking them in Hearts of Iron 4 once you fuck up. You can't evade it.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that. It's like
Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia. No, they just kind of surrender.
We split up, but it was good.
I think we need to like. Well, obviously, I didn't want to leave the EU. Okay, I'm not a Brexiteer. That shit's terrible. Like really terrible for everyone involved. Like the EU is weaker, England is weaker, Scotland is in a worse position,
And Russia's
America
just
is in a better
growing.
position. America's like it's
Yeah.
bad. Okay, it's bad. It's really bad all over. So obviously, rejoining the EU is like I'd love that. That would be great. Even if we have to take the euro at this point, I'll take it. All right, I'll take it. And then basically we should just work on like dissolving the boundaries, right? I would rather just like one big, like Europe is a country.
Super
that would be
state?
sick. Yeah, a super state,
Yeah.
right? We just like dissolve individual parliaments and just have the European parliament, and then we proceed with globalism, and then move to the stars with the world government. That's
New
my
world
that's
order.
my plan. Yeah, that's my plan. Unironic globalism.
We're
Don't
gonna
we
get
already? Don't we already have like the name? Sorry. You were-
No, I since we're like moving to a more serious aspect of it, I really love globalism. I love the idea of humanity coming together and working together. And I think that's probably what something we will probably mostly agree on. But I think we have to acknowledge that when you're opening up competition and markets between countries that have unequal industries and unequal cost of living, there will be problems directly caused by that until the equalities like even out, and people will be hurt until that like evening out happens. And that's a lot of the discontent that we see nowadays with the European Union, whether it's people in like richer, more higher cost of living countries complain about having to compete for jobs with people who can something I wanted to say about Poland. I forgot to say, Poland is still in the zloty. You don't pay in euros there. The cost of living, like 1 euro is 4 zloty, and the cost of living is almost like directly linear to that. You're literally 4 times richer spending your money in Poland than anywhere else in Europe. But I like mobility. I like people getting to work wherever they want to, and I'm not like trying to build some anti-immigration spiel here, but we have to acknowledge that there are consequences to those things opening up. And I don't know, I haven't yet seen anyone have like a solution that isn't full on like anti-immigration. We should never unite. We should never like. I don't like that either, but it has to be acknowledged, right?
Like you say this, and you're right. Like the EU does have like a very inherent problem of like the larger part of the bloc exploiting the lesser part of the bloc, right? So like for example, like Germany, France, Spain, Well, it used to be England as well. England was a big part of this as well. Basically, do like a minor imperialism on like the less powerful countries of the EU. And like I said, like I think the solution to this is breaking down these sort of barriers, right? Instead of being like, right, this is this country, we care about these people, and that's that country, and like we don't mind fucking them over, right? That's fine. Just sort of break down these things and be like, right, we're now the country of Europe, or all of the citizens that are important. Like we just, we can have still like our separate cultures, like separate customs, and even like that, and even like separate states, right? We could become like a republic.
Yeah, like a federal system.
Yeah, like a federal system all over Europe, and then I think that would honestly be much better. Not only that, that would like solidify Europe's place as a world power, because like out of the world powers, it's one of the weakest, and it could both be one of the strongest and best forces for good in the world.
I mean, we could always just, United Federation of Planets, start with that, and
Yeah, we're gonna start a smaller scale, right? United Federation of Europe, and then the United Federation,
and then take America in, and then China. I get it.
Right, and then Russia's the last one standing, and we surround Russia.
True. and it happened to be at Stalingrad too, right?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
So, Maya, what about you? Do you think that if Europe becomes one, should we let the English in?
You have to. Come on. Yeah, leave us floating around in the sea. Guys, please, we didn't mean it.
I'm begging for you, please.
Please, I know, we didn't mean it.
No, I'm waiting England out. Scotland has, like, in 25 years, if England gets no water from Scotland, it'll run out of water, like fresh water, obviously. The Loch Ness has more fresh water than all of England. And I think we should just wait it out. You can sit in the corner with Russia and think about what you've done.
The Loch Ness Monster, I get it. That's the one who provides fresh water to England.
Nobody even wants Brexit anymore. Like, Brexit is vastly unpopular now because people are like, oh, I understand this is terrible now.
Didn't the whole thing just go through because basically, like, the majority of voters were like, not the young generation, like 30 years plus or something like that.
Bigots.
So those
bigots.
we got conned.
Those older people usually don't like the EU that much, do they?
It was a lot of middle class people, to be honest, and it's kind of hard to. So there were a lot of stuff that, unless you are taught good critical thinking skills and good kind of evaluating sources skills, which people aren't, then yeah, 350 million a week for the NHS. That's an incredible deal. I'll take it.
Yeah, 7 new hospitals, 30,000 new nurses. Still waiting on that one, Boris. Still waiting on that one to come through 3 years into your term now. Yeah, when's that going to happen? Please, thank you. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Well, the British people were conned. Simple as that. They were conned. Fucking Jacob Rees-Mogg, Nigel Farage, Boris. They conned the British people. Simple as that, and they fell for it.
Yeah. Okay, so Saibi, if Europe becomes one, can we let Norway in then?
We need the oil money, so I don't know. Do we have a choice?
We need the Norwegian people.
We need the fish.
Okay.
We need the fish from the Norwegians.
I have friends living there, so bring them in.
Nice. So, does anybody still wants to say something before we end off? Before we shout out? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that I'm a fucking hypocrite because my dad and most of my family are from Norway.
Oh, so you just hate your family? That's what you wanted to say.
Projected.
I'm gonna clip this and send this to your family. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I will call the FBI and tell them you're a China lover, and I will end your life.
You got my support, Tina. You got my
China
support.
lover.
Yeah. So
I couldn't find a word.
China
English
probably would then be
China
right.
stem. Yeah.
But,
oh fucking hell.
Yeah. So everybody, thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on. So first of all, Maki for being here, representing the Balkans, right? Thank you, Maki.
My boy.
And
Vote for me.
Zwerp, thank you as well. And Tekajin and Tina as like regular panel members. Let's start off with like Simon. Thank you for coming on. Do you have anything going on in your life that you want to promote besides that one site that you cannot promote because it's against the US to promote that site?
Which side?
Sorry.
Do you want to shout yourself out?
Yeah, twitch.tv/Simey. There's other links there too. I stream politics and video games, mostly politics, and yeah, I'm a Sockdom. Cool. See you there.
Okay, what about you, Dan Spoon?
Yeah, so I stream politics. I'm actually streaming right now. I've been talking to my chat intermittently. You can follow me on everything at DancingSpoon01. I'm very homogenous in my branding, which is very nice. Yeah, I stream politics 6 days a week now, and in British time. I have a Britpol and European politics, which a lot of people don't because that's just not many people do it. Just not very popular. So you can follow me at DancingSpoon01. And thanks for having me, Chinchilla.
Yeah. So, name Manon. So, thank you for coming on. It's first time here, but we already talked, right? So,
Yeah.
So good. And talk with you with an Elysium a lot. I really appreciate you coming on for the first time here. So, thank you very much. Tell me about you.
First of all, thank you very much for having me. This is my first time being on like a podcast situation. And it's pretty cool. Yeah, I say I don't know. I'm a shitty streamer. Okay, I do like random shit. Sometimes, most of the time, it's talking about like life or politics or current events. And then I'm addicted to Valorant, and then I like play other video games. And if that sounds like fun, you can check me out on my. I stream like mostly during weekdays.
Yeah. So, next up is Barney, thank you very much. I saw you retweeted something from Saibi, and I already followed you on Twitch. So I thought that's my way in. I'm going to invite her on because she seems like a lovely person to talk to. And I thought your stream is like very... you have like a very British style of humor, and I love it. So would you shout yourself out? And say what you do on Twitch as well.
So I stream on Twitch at Tom Jeremiah. I forgot my username. That's really going well for me. I talk about mainly Scottish politics, predominantly like independence and the elections that are coming up. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much, all of you. I don't know, does anybody stream after this? Like or is anybody streaming right now?
Oh, I'm streaming right now. You can raid into me. I'll take that raid.
Okay, then we're gonna raid into.
British will take over.
Oh yes.
Yeah, they will take over. Again, so let's wrap it up before it gets like dangerous. So, right. So everybody, say bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Sayonara matane.
Sayonara.
I'm still live, by the way, just so you guys know.
Okay, guys.
Okay, I just wanted to say the M word, but it's all right. So,
no game awards.
Oh my god.
No game awards.
So,
Okay, there's some hot drama.
Thank you for that raid.
There's some hot drama going on. I need to go follow it.
Hot-
Because it's drama whore. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Okay?
What's the drama?
yeah.
I gotta go. Talk to you later.
Okay, see you
Bye.
later.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Good one.
Yeah, there was
Hey,
like
Maki.
a moment.
Hey, Maki, you want to go to to private chat? You know me
Oh no.
Fucking eyebrows.
for our OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying?
Private session.
No, they don't have that. So
All right, guys. I'll catch you later.
yeah, thank you very much.
Good night.
Shit is like, oh fuck, they said the OF word.
No, it was an interesting cast. I think people were a little bit shy.
Where can I?
Makes sense if most people are new, right? So,
Can
yeah.
someone? Chin, can you post the links in the?
I felt hella shy.
I didn't see them. Wait, why?
You did?
No, I didn't see them. Can you
I
post-
posted. Wait, I posted. them in my
Oh yo. I don't say. I'm not. I don't know if I say that correctly.
Oh
name
yeah,
it.
my like usernames are fucked. I used to use Oyoyo for a lot of video games and stuff, and then
And I
For
just
some
stuck
reason,
with
yeah.
it.
I DM'd the wrong person before I DM'd like Name Melon because I saw like a moderator online on his Discord and was like, oh, that must be him, right? So
yeah, he then messaged me. It was funny.
Okay, I gotta go because I need to shut up anyway.
I
All
love
right,
how-
Tina.
All right,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye,
Bye
Tina.
bye.
Bye.
Bye, Tina.
Bye.
Bye bye.
I want to be
Come
the
on,
next
Maki.
one to leave.
What? No, I'm not
See you, Zverb.
leaving
You
this.
gonna play
like,
some Overwatch?
See you guys.
Zwerp.
No,
Let's see it.
just
Dead by
just
Daylight,
like a
probably.
typical German leaving. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, he's leaving.
Only
Of
the
course he is.
Scottish, the French,
Okay.
the Slovenian, the
Gute Nacht, meine Lieben. Ja,
Netherlands will
Gut.
say. What?
war schön mit euch.
Yes, Scheiße.
no, I honestly I thought that everybody was like really well behaved, and generally when when you have like 9 people on, it's like everybody shouting over each other.
There's no Americans.
Ooh.
Wait, there is.
Oh yeah.
No, but he's immigrated to Europe,
oh,
kind of. You know, he's like acclimatized to French culture, right?
Exactly. Fuck, I forgot to plug something earlier.
American chip.
Tuesday I'm doing a hot tub stream, so
Oh,
I'm gonna
yes,
hop on
sir.
that meta.
Yes, sir.
3
Are you
weeks
actually
late.
gonna do
Good job. Good job.
You gonna actually do that? Or
Yeah.
you just,
Yeah,
oh yeah, you already got the whiteboard behind you. That's...
Yeah, I got the whiteboard. I literally just for that. I got a bikini, Borat's bikini.
Oh,
I got a
no.
diva swimsuit.
Oh no!
I'm going full memes.
Oh no!
You buy a
Nice.
hot dog, like the blow up hot dog.
No, I unfortunately I don't have like the kiddie pools all the big hot tub streamers have. So I'm actually just gonna be in my like shitty small bathtub. If I put like an inflatable hot dog there, it'll like take up my entire bathroom.
Nice.
So
That's
Yeah,
nice.
I thought about like just coming on one of the podcasts, like just put a bucket down and just fill it with water and just
Yeah.
talk from the bucket in water, and then but I wouldn't want to confuse the hell out of people that are just new or just think that I'm some train wreck squad W, right? That I hate women or something like that, you know. So yeah.
How
So
dare
I-
you disrespect? How dare you would disrespect them?
But
Yeah.
like,
How dare you?
for me, like my Twitch, if I go into my recommended, I got the sweaty gamers. I guess that's because I watch Tekajin a lot. I got the politics, and then I got the weird shit because usually I look at
Hog.
weird shit on Twitch.
I have chess.
Thanks, Icarus.
I saw
Anime.
I saw such use guy, and he did like a hot dog stream, and some rancid shit like in a kiddie pool, and it was it kind of it crushed me. It's horrible. It's horrible. But then again, I loved it.
The more I hear about Twitch, the more scared I am of it. I do not go outside the people I already follow because it scares me too much. People, no, thank you. I'm quite comfortable. I'm happy.
Do you only follow Scottish people as well, or how does it?
Next stream,
It's
hot tub.
exclusively me. I follow myself. $27. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Only Scottish people I know.
if you're into VTubers, I have a great Scottish VTuber to recommend.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, how do they do the VTube? I'm like like, how do they do this shit? Like, did they have like some sort of program or what is it? Did they use like?
Well, the one I'm about to plug, they use like a VR setup. So like they have a VR headset and some like motion capture stuff on their body.
And then they move.
And yeah, then that's like what Code Miko does too. She has like a professional, full fucking professional motion capture setup. Then most of them, it's just it's really just with the webcam. There's like AI software algorithms that will trigger the animations that an artist has prepared for you in your VTuber avatar, and then then just like the mouth moves, the eyes move. If it recognizes specific expressions, it'll make a specific animation, stuff like that.
That's interesting.
I
Yeah. I the only streamers that I don't know that I want to get to know is like art streamers, but it's generally, if I go into the art section, it's just like VTube girls painting anime stuff, and it's like I don't think that's interesting. But I wanted to get to know, because I wish I could interview like a good like artist, you know. I think that could be interesting. Yeah.
the streams.
Yeah, I think obviously, like, where else gonna find them, right? On Instagram or something, maybe.
Doesn't
Yeah.
stream.
It doesn't stream. Yeah. No. But I hope you guys liked it and found it not too awkward and stuff like that.
Oh, it was fun.
Thank
It
you.
was
I had
lovely. Thank you very much for having me. I'm gonna love you all and leave you all.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a
Thanks
good
for-
one.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Nani?
Maybe when like Tekajin plays like Civ and stuff, right?
Ooh.
So we actually I talked it over with Elysium, but he really wants to do like Endless Legends like tournament.
Ooh.
Wait, you
And,
play Civ?
Oyo?
Long time. I haven't played it much, but I like playing it from time to time.
Yeah, it's the same here. It's same. I really like how Maki's camera has like this little frame that cuts out, like it's like lagging behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
It's literally how do you?
It's a new camera. It's a new camera. I bought it like this. I got it, and the next
might-
day this happened.
it might be the hertz. Like
I checked
like
the reviews, and it was in the comments. By the way, the camera breaks after 2 days.
really? Can you just not bring it back? Oh, Slovenian warranty, right? You buy it, you only get refund after 1 minute.
Still better than Chinese warrants, warranty, right?
Shut up, man! You're a China lover. You even have like 4
No.
letters of China in your name. Chinchilla should be Chinilla. I didn't know how to properly combine that.
I'm
What are you
not a
doing?
China lover, for the record. Before our French American friend thinks I'm and / Polish thinks I'm a China lover.
Hey, look,
He is a China lover. He's a China lover.
Look. There's a lot of stuff to love in China. Obviously, I'm not talking about the government or genociding Uyghurs, but
Yeah, communism.
Oh, you're not talking about that?
No,
That's the only thing that I like. No,
but
just kidding.
I've had the luck to go work in China a couple times, and it's a beautiful country. There's so many amazing things and people there, and it tends to be it's normal, but it tends to be a bit hidden by the whole geopolitics of which are obviously serious. I'm not trying to minimize them, and the atrocities committed there. But there are also it's like billions of like literally over 1 billion normal people. I saw you.
I love South Korea also. I mean North Korea. They are not.
Yeah.
I love them, by the way.
But like this, guys, you're like this. China. Yeah, I can't do it. My frame is too big. You know, I can't.
You need to have like
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
Like-
North Korea. It's really beautiful. I went there. Actually, Kim Jong Un. I saw him with like.
In that person, he asked if I
You're
want
not
some
eating
food. You know,
anyone at all. Please
we
say-
talked about the nuclear warfare, just shits and giggles.
I went to Szechuan and I love Szechuanese cuisine. If you
China
love
is better,
spicy food,
yeah.
it's amazing. going to the Himalayas, going into Yunnan where there's a lot of tea grown. It's almost like it's literally like a Crouching Tiger, Rising Dragon type scenery of the mountains and the fog and the jungle all over it, and the Taoist temples on top of the mountains where you're like walking up steps for 2 hours to get to them. It's amazing. Those are amazing experiences, and those are there too. The government hasn't destroyed them, thankfully.
Yeah, I remember like one thing about the Sichuan region, like, and that is that there was like a Dota tournament over there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
I
you
back
know the
then.
story. I think Tekajin knows as well. I already told this story. Like, well, basically what happened, like there was a Dota tournament out there. So people went to Sichuan, and Sichuan is like the region with the hottest food. So you remember that these guys are like from the UK, whatever, you know, and they come to this region with the hottest food, and they are just used to like eating fish and chips and stuff like that. So, and other non-spicy food. So all these Europeans in there, and then the first evening they went out for like a dinner to eat like Szechuan, and everybody just got sick because of the fact that it was so fucking spicy. And then one guy got hospitalized because it was so fucking spicy. And then they basically, that guy had to go back to the UK, so to speak.
I just came here, guys. No.
So he actually went back to the UK, and then they had this tournament for 3 weeks. So after that, for 3 weeks, the only fast food restaurant in that region was KFC. So they only ate KFC for 3 weeks straight over there.
The nice dream.
Imagine going to a different country and you're like, what should I eat? McDonald's, that's fine, yeah. Every day. Going to McDonald's, guys. But imagine it's like you're going to a different country and only eating McDonald's.
Chinese McDonald's.
To be fair, the food there is really fucking spicy, and they like don't. It's not just like spicy hot peppers. It's also Sichuanese peppercorns, which are a completely different sensation. It like I don't like you've tasted that, Chinchilla?
I remember that I was at a Chinese restaurant in like a village where my grandma lives, and basically that Chinese restaurant. I remember sitting there, and my dad on one side, and my nephew on the other side, and the corn peppers, like these are like tiny black ones, right? Are you talking about those?
Yeah.
So basically, those were in my food because I like spicy food, so I'm okay with it. But that was a little bit too spicy for me. So at some point, it's like, well, I'm gonna take some out. So I just got like there were like 4 or 5 tablespoons of those fucking peppers in there, but I only took like 1 tablespoon of peppers out. But then, like, my father is like, "Why are you not eating the peppers? Can you not handle the spice?" And I said, like, "They are way too hot. Don't eat them, okay? They are way too hot." And he's like, "Just give me one of them." And he puts it in his mouth. He goes like, "Oh, it's hot. Oh, it's hot." And then my nephew on the other side, who is a cook, he's like, "Oh, you cannot handle the spice. You guys cannot handle the spice." And he took his spoon and he spooned all those peppers up and he put it in his mouth. And he's like, "Oh, no, it's not spicy." And then the tears came running down. "No, it's not that spicy. That's not that spicy." And then we were like, "Yeah, dude, whatever." And then years after, it was like we were back at that Chinese restaurant, and it was like against them, like, "Yo, remember that? Oh yeah, that was so horrible. It was so spicy, you know? Such a beautiful experience." But it's like, no, please. It's too much. It's too much. I don't know. Could you handle that shit?
I'm used to spicy food like hot peppers, but it's a different kind of spice,
Yeah.
right? So you can have super high tolerance where you're like eating ghost peppers raw and by the bucket or whatnot, and then you eat one single Szechuanese peppercorn, and that's a completely different thing. You're like 99% resistance to capsicum, and then but that doesn't mean you have any resistance to whatever the fuck is in Szechuanese peppercorn, and then yeah, honestly, I actually had the second time I went there, or the third time, I ate some soup from this like little place. They make like super spicy soup. It's fine, it's good. Except it gave me like a stomach infection thing. The food hygiene there is also another issue. If you go to like one of those small restaurants, you never know what you're gonna eat. And then I basically was sick for like an entire week, and just the smell of the broth of the like street soups or of the peppercorns would start triggering like nausea. I couldn't. That really fucked me up.
Why you put that in front of Tech? Why Tech is just streaming and he's just putting like gachibas on top of me.
Oh my
I
god.
was like-
Thanks.
So I was like, I'm gonna turn off the cam in that case. If you're fucking gonna do that. So
Wait,
fuck you.
No,
why- Zwerb lied to us. I have to leave, guys. I have to
I'm
leave.
basically just
Back-
memeing
back
around
my
with you
shop.
because you meme around with me, you know?
I am back in my
Smart
shop.
ass.
I'm meme around with everybody.
Let's
to be
go.
fair.
Come on, shit, let's go!
Let's go. Boss in the gym, right?
I'll fuck show you who's boss in this gym.
Wait, Ching, can you give
Why
me?
don't you get out of that jabroni outfit, Chin?
Hey. So what are you gonna do for the tournament? Endless Legend or Civilization?
And well, Elysium really wanted to play Endless Legends. So I'm not quite sure if Tekajin is up for learning like a new kind of Civ game, like Endless Legends.
I've in the more recent weeks I have played Endless Space. Right, one of my friends told me, like, "Yo, Endless Space, let's go!" And then I kind of like got the base game key from another friend. So it's like, "Yo," and we all played together. And it's kind of similar to Civ, right? It has like the same management kind of stuff. It's like different names. There's like, of course, it's different. Tech tree looks different, but when it comes down to good night, Jonathan. But when it comes down to like it pretty much would be similar to learn Endless Legend, but I know Civ, right? I know Civ 5. I don't like Civ 6 as much, but I know Civ 5. I like the game. I know a lot about things about the game. Doesn't mean I know everything or I'm good at the game. I just really like the game. And I just don't feel like, oh, I have to learn another game. That means I'm going to have to play a few games. Plus, I don't really have anyone to play that game with anyways.
But
So I'm
that's
like,
what for, right? You can
yeah,
just fuck
oh,
around
wow.
with-
Yeah, wow. I'm going to go in a tournament with a game I know nothing about.
you can play
Whoa!
No?
This fucking guy.
If we invite some other noobs on, maybe that you can all together form like a noob group together, because it's like it's just the same with Civ, right?
Why can't we
Go
just
after-
not do Civ 5? Why can't we just not do Civ 5? It's a
I
good
will-
game. Plus,
I
you
mean,
have Napoleon.
That's true. That's true.
You know?
I played.
To be fair, like Elysium has played 50,000 hours of Endless Legend in the past few weeks. He's still gonna get BTFO'd by
Okay.
everyone.
Maybe we shouldn't do that then, right? Maybe it's just too much in that case.
Yeah, but I mean, like, why can't you just not do some Civ?
Yeah.
Civ is a good game. It's solid. You know, Civ 6 not so much, but Civ 5 is solid with all the expansion packs, of course. Not the base game itself. Just, you know, with religion, with the culture, and that kind of stuff. That is like those are solid. Plus, you have all these great guys. You have Alexander the Great. It's just total douchebag when it comes down to city states. You know, it's like as soon as what is it called? Congress. Hello, Alexander has won. That's pretty much it. But it's pretty nice.
I think
know?
Civ 5 is the best. Yeah.
Yeah, Civ 5 is definitely one of my favorites. If not the favorite Civ game.
Do you need the expansions to play with someone who has the expansions? Can they like host the game for you?
if the other person does not have the expansions and I do, you only play base game. So it's tailored to the person that has the least, I guess.
Okay, so like everyone would need to have the full game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's pretty much. But the bright side with that is that I think you can pick up like the full the full pack, the full bundle for like €10. Like I've seen multiple offers in the past, €10. Like if you have this, there's like a site you can like compare all the keys, not just look on Steam, but like it legitimately, it was like €10. I bought it like maybe 5 times in the past for other people, right? Like the complete pack.
Okay, what about? I want to come in with some boomer take. What about Heroes of Might and Magic 3?
Ooh,
anyone play that here?
Yeah, I play that, but the problem is that it's turn-based, and if we're gonna have like 4 or 5 people, it's gonna be horrible.
I think my favorite was 4 or 5. I need to look at which one it was.
I think it was 5.
It's probably not 4 because like 5 was fun, but 4 was pretty horrible, honestly.
Everybody knows like 5.
Yeah, no, it was 5. It was 5.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the cover, and it is definitely 5. Yeah. I like that one a lot. I didn't really played the other ones that much. I did play them, but it was like, eh. But when I played 5, it's like, oh yes, this is like pretty fun, and I actually managed to play this a lot back then.
They should make like a mod that every turn just takes like 2 minutes or something along those lines. But yeah, then also you get the fights, right? That's the problem.
With Heroes 3, you have that actually. When you're playing with the Horn of the Abyss mod, you have a simultaneous turns system where as long as no one interacts with the same object, you can play your turns simultaneously. You can set up timers and shit. It's still a really slow game. I'm not going to pretend it's not.
3 was actually my favorite. I just looked it up.
When it comes down to Civ, you have the hybrid turn system, right? So that pretty much everyone can take their turns. But when it's like, let's say you and me declare war, then for us it becomes like sequential, right? Then one of us takes a turn in, before the other one does. But that makes sense. But Civ, I always think when it comes down to turn-based, like the turn-based system in Civ, is you got like a quick, you got whatever the thing is, and you got marathon. I think if you legitimately want to have the game where you can make the most difference, like, with all these things that you pick, marathon will be the one to go. But if you pick marathon speed, then legitimately that's what it's going to take forever to even get out of the first like time perk, and it's ridiculous. And I always play with AI, like maximum amount of AI they can crop into a game, and have Earth map, because I just think that's the best way to go. Just have Earth map. But yeah, when it comes down to that, it's just ridiculous. So it's always like either quick or I don't know what the other one's called, like the in between. Normal? It's just called normal? I don't know. But I don't know. I think Civ might be the best turn-based game when it comes down to those types of games.
You know what the most funniest shit is to see? A drunken Red Alert 2, a PvP match. That's the funniest shit that I ever saw.
Ooh, Red Alert 2.
That's gotta be pretty funny, yeah.
Because if the people are drunk, it's like they are so confused. It's like the micromanagement, and you hear people curse because they misclick and shit, and stuff like that.
I remember the stupid stuff in online Red Dead Alert. Red Dead. Wow, I'm going the other way. Red Alert 2. Which I think it was Russia. Like, is it either Russia or was Yuri? They always came in with these exploding bastards. Like, you just set up shit, and you got these nerds, these no-lifing hardcore nerds. It's just got before you even set up your base, this guy just pumps in troop in your base. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so some of these mechanics were, but I'm trash at Red Alert 2. I cannot micromanage. It's I don't know what it is, but RTS
when it comes hard.
Yeah, but when it comes down to micromanaging or like RTS games, this is my personal favorite. I like to have a big army, right? Big army, just move that shit forward, have this glorious epic battle, this glorious combat. We're going like, oh, look at the guy! Oh my god, he's fucking killing, and that's like your general's in there hacking or whacking or shooting, whatever the fuck it is, and you got this massive battle going on. It's like, oh my god, it's epic, and then maybe send like another massive army, on the side, like trying to flank them, some units. But when it comes to the micromanaging, I don't like to micromanage every single unit. It's like, oh, you go there, then you go there, then you go there. I'm not enjoying it. It feels like a chore. So I'm a kind of a lazy RTS micromanager.
So what I usually would do is like get like 20,000 of these zeppelins, right? The big zeppelins.
Yeah.
And I would just send them in, or like the big tanks, the double barrel tanks, or whatever they were called.
Those French guys, they had the massive cannons. I actually like those guys because I could just like passively just place them, and I just could shoot at whatever the fuck was like nearby. It was like the French guys.
Usually I would like build like a massive defense. That's usually what I would do, and then just turtle up, and then I usually lose because they start build like a wonder or something.
If we're talking about like defense, like massive defenses, heroes and generals. No, sorry. Command and Conquer generals. Anyone remember that?
Yeah, it's from the same, right? It's like the same.
Yeah, this is like the same style and stuff like that. But it's more like modern based. Even like in the opening sequence, you even saw like these mouths of these famous guys, like George Bush. You saw his mouth in there. And you're like Scud launcher, Tomahawk missile thing, whatever. And he's it's basically that. You have China, China on one side. You have the Liberation Army, which basically are the correct, as the way I see them, just terrorists, right? They're just like the terrorist guys. And then you basically have US. And then with the allies, you have General Granger, I think was like the Air Force commander. So what I did is like there's specific maps. You have this like nice little canyon, just place your troops, all these defenses, and I just go in there with my airplane, just keep attacking like in nice little squadrons, just keep bombing everybody's bases. Then you get like the missile launcher. Occasionally you get nuked by China, but then you just repair and you're fine. And I think the Liberation Army had some toxic. I think it was anthrax, something like that.
Neyman, where is your chat coming from? Is it like, are you DGGer or what's going on?
Sort of, not really. It's basically you guys remember if you're like old school DGGers when there was overrussell.com?
Wait, they don't Destiny. It's Destiny's like fan club.
Yeah,
so to speak,
Yeah, I used to watch Destiny like years ago. I watch them from time to time, but not that much anymore, or very little. And I used to like hang out on DGG in the chat there, and people used to people are Pepe Laughing fan club.
Yeah. I know. You guys are you guys.
People would used to like watch with Destiny's chat, and then there was a site, I think it was overrussell.com or something like that, where you could people would stream on AngelTump, which is another streaming service that may or may not sometimes allow more or less copyrighted content on it. And they would have watch parties and watch other stuff, or even just other streams. It's basically a website where you could embed anything. And at some point there was a split because Destiny, on the one hand, it annoyed him when he would like start streaming and people were watching some like popular like Harry Potter movie marathon or something, and his chat was like half people responding to what he's doing and half of it people memeing about like Snape and Dumbledore or whatever. So it started off with some friction where he'd like ban people for talking about movies.
Nice one, Ferret. Oh, sorry, it was
yeah.
What happened? And basically there was a split in the community where at some point he was like, you know what, I don't even want to be associated with this anymore. So you guys need to go on and make your own site. At that point, it was just like two different chats, and it was all integrated. You can still like open up the Destiny's chat on streams.gg, so you can like choose whichever chat you want in your embed or whatever. And at some point there was some drama between like Destiny and the stream's devs. I don't remember what it was. I don't really care for drama usually, so I didn't dig into it. But there was some drama, and like he also wanted to distance himself from the liability side of like the copyrighted content on certain streams and whatnot, for sure. But yeah, and then there was some drama, and basically that drama like establishing more distance. But there's a lot of people who are like on streams.gg when he isn't streaming, or just like in both chats or whatnot. There's a lot of crossover between both communities. Though most people on streams are usually people who used to watch him and no longer really watch him, for the most part. But yeah, it's just like a separate community of like embedded streams and people watching stuff together.
Yeah, it's interesting that you use that. If people find you there.
Yeah, what basically happened for the most part is that I used to spend I've been spending a lot of time there for the past like 4 or 5 years, and made some friends there, and I figured when I started streaming, I figured I'd just add my stream to the like embedded list of there's like a community streams part. And over time, some people found like it entertaining to watch me, and like I'd say most of the time, like 50 to like 80% of my core viewers are going to be from streams, and then I have a couple like random Twitch people. Facebook gaming is huge, guys. If you're streaming video games, I've been multi-streaming the past few weeks, and it's insane how like it gets how like it's completely random. I don't know how the discovery works, and I have put no effort into it. No ads, no working on my Facebook page, nothing. And like when I'm streaming with Elysium, I have like three people from like one from the Middle East, one's from India, one from somewhere, and they like start following the stream on Facebook gaming for some reason. It's weird.
Multi-streaming, right?
Yeah, multi-stream.
Yeah.
Sorry. Remember, imagine I just started up Civilization 5, right? Decided to do a single player game. I go random. Think what I just got. Just try to picture what I just got.
I know Tekajin, I saw. Can't answer.
I don't know.
I got the Zulus.
Oh yeah, my biggest Facebook viewer is from Ohio. Yeah, shout out to Frank Baker. It's so weird though, coming from Twitch where everyone has like usernames, and then on the Facebook people it's just like their name. You're like, oh hi, hi Frank.
You're streaming.
He multi-streams, so he streams both on Twitch and Facebook
and YouTube,
and embedded and YouTube and probably not the live.
But you're not affiliated with Twitch then, right?
No, I could apply for affiliate, but I've chosen not to. I'd rather multi-stream, and I'd rather not have ads for now. Like my stream is small. I'm gonna get maybe a couple subs from like people who want to support it and whatnot, but I can do without it. I'd rather have like more viewers, right?
We have a special guest.
Yeah,
Ted. Hello, Ted.
Hi, Ted. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask earlier. What do you guys think about what was Humankind? Humanity? That new like strategy game. Humankind, yeah.
Oh, I've been muted. Fuck. Yo, Chinchilla, why are you in World of Warcraft for over 24 hours?
That's what everybody else is saying or asking. Like, it's always the same thing.
At this part, I just do it for the memes. I don't even have it open. That's the funniest part.
Okay.
No, I don't have it open.
I call bullshit.
It's so fucking funny because people think that I'm 24/7 like playing World of Warcraft. Because I play like a lot of WoW, but it's like the main game that I play. But it's not like that much. Did you cut your hair?
I did. It all fell out. It all fell out in a very convenient
distance.
Nice. Why did you hop on?
Hi, Elysium.
What's going on?
Yeah,
I don't know,
you
I
missed
just-
the you missed the EU fighting. We're
He's talking
post-
about Civilization
post
5 and he wants
podcast
to
now.
play. Let's go.
Civ 5 is okay, but it's a bit late for me to start like a fucking Civ 5 game. But
It's
No, I
never
just-
too late to start a Civ 5 game, bro.
I wanted to apologize for like ditching on the podcast, but
Oh,
you were fine without me.
Yeah, but yeah, it was kind of sad because I knew that you could bring up like some history memes. So
Always.
I was like naming it like that is a historian. So
Oh, interesting.
Hello.
yeah.
What's your specialty?
Modern European history and totalitarianism. That's what I study mainly.
Awesome.
German.
Awesome.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I said. Totalitarianism is awesome. Clip me on
It's
it.
awesome. No, but I thought like this is gonna be fun, but also like naming the thing that you said, like I didn't clarify that to you at the start. Like I didn't want to become all political. Like I thought that would be too crappy if we're just gonna talk like gonna hate on each other just for politics or something, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, from the part of the podcast that I managed to catch in like the last hour was like hating on the French a lot. I don't know.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Francophobia in that podcast, man.
Oh, I'm gonna hit you with my baguette.
Yeah. So
Case in point.
Oui.
So what would be your like worst country then? Your worst country pick?
It was a lot of
country?
fun, Elysium. That's what I can
Like,
say. It was a lot of fun.
You actually said like during the podcast, no one brought up
Feels
Belarus.
baguette,
That would have been
man,
my
yeah.
pick.
Yeah,
Um,
I didn't get that people didn't pick like the Vatican for saying like the Catholic Church or something is like crappy and they do a lot of crappy shit. And also with the boys, right? With the little
No.
boys.
No one picked South Africa also.
Wasn't it the worst European country?
Yeah.
Vatican City is
Theoretically.
no, he's just memeing, but if Vatican City is European, right? So
Yeah, but like he said, South Africa.
yeah, he's just memeing.
We're just memeing.
Yeah, people were saying like Japan. And
Yeah.
Japan is not a European country.
What?
I thought it was quite funny that you said like Australia, text said Australia, and then Neyman said like, well, that's probably like that's probably a European country if they are at the Eurosong Festival, right? You said that.
No, that wasn't me.
That was Spoon then, I guess.
Yeah. I like that comment. Yeah, that was very good
Boys.
reasoning.
Too many boys.
No, yeah, honestly, like I would probably have picked Belarus as well. I wouldn't pick the Vatican because I think that's just it's kind of over, right?
We have to acknowledge, though, the Vatican plays a really important role in the smuggling and money laundering industry of Italy. Like, how would they do it without the immunity of the Vatican?
Mafia bribes.
Yeah.
Mafia plays.
Imagine the Pope is actually the mafia boss.
Oh shit! We just found Persia, boys.
That sounds like a really good conspiracy that somebody like
came up.
really long-winded conspiracy that can debunk as well.
I doubt the Pope is directly involved with it, but there was a case a couple of years back which where they the Italian police got like their investigation wound up with a warrant for I think it was a cardinal's apartment in the Vatican City. And so they arrived there, and there was like kilos of cocaine, guns, weed, everything you could want, cash money.
I like cash money.
Mafia.
Yeah, we in the Netherlands. I wouldn't pick pick the Netherlands as the best country. Like
no one picked the Netherlands as the best country.
No, but
oh shit, we found Morocco.
The best country that's free in doing anything, pretty much, is the Netherlands. Goes to the Netherlands.
I am seeing a pattern here.
It,
Persia.
it-
and-
it is the freest European country. Yeah, I think you can say that. At least from certain perspectives, right?
in terms of
Not
most rules and stuff.
Kapselen, broer.
I think it has more to do with enforcing rules, right?
Yeah.
It's like
I like the Dutch political system. That's
That
like
was-
my big spleen.
It's really fun. Like even just going to museums and stuff. It's like
museums.
Speaking of the Dutch political system, do you guys have a prime minister yet, or do you guys have a government yet?
No, we're not gonna have that for a couple of months. at
I
least.
hope we're gonna get new re-elections, but probably not gonna happen.
We're probably gonna have like new. I would assume that that's gonna
Mm.
happen at some point.
It's gonna be too much of a hassle to do it, unless it gets like a lot of support. Although people are actually talking about it more often now, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
It's like Friday. They get like one of the things are getting public, like a memo, so to speak. That so what's going to happen there is that basically it will show the involvement of like different like parties when it comes to like the trust. Like basically what's like the cabinet talked about like a one person from the parliament. So what happened there is that that's not really allowed when it comes to like from the cabinet to make statements like that. It's kind of not done. So it's so what happens there is that Friday this memo gets like public, and then we can see who said that and who was on board with that, and if like too much people are on board with that, it's gonna be like a big problem, because that means that
be a shit fest.
yeah, it basically gonna be that the coalition that's currently like in power probably doesn't have anybody else that wants to govern with them, and therefore they don't have like a majority. And yeah, if you and at that point I would assume that all the parties that don't want to rule with those three parties are basically going to say like we're gonna do an election again. They're just going to vote for it.
I hope it does. I hardly think it's not going to happen, but I hope that they do actually. Just for
Honestly,
sure.
I wouldn't mind because of the fact that we got like 16 parties in the parliament, which is like dumb. It's dumb as fuck.
Oh, that's not even a problem. That's not even my my thing. It's more like why people voted on the same parties, even though they knew this shit was happening. I'm just curious to see if they will actually vote for the same parties again. Other than that, nothing's going to change over the next few years. Honestly, politics will be politics. People will have forgetful memory. I don't have any recollections of that. My memory is failing me. I don't remember saying that. Kind of stuff like that. So
It's like also the Netherlands is like the biggest party. They always get like 10 seats bump because it's like, oh, it's the biggest party, so therefore yeah, whatever, I'm gonna vote for them. It's like really weird. Like people just pick number one of the biggest party.
true.
It's like
Oh shit! We found Byzantium. Sexy motherfucker. Hmm.
but yeah, Ted, I don't know if you followed it. Yeah.
Followed what?
The Dutch stuff.
I try to keep on top of it. Like it looked like for a second VVD was gonna win, and then I heard something about like one of their coalition partners fucking them over or something. And then like there's massive corruption scandals around Mark Rutte that I don't that I can't wrap my head around. And now it seems like you guys are in a Belgium-style government crisis, which is funny, but also kind of concerning. But from what I've heard, fucking PVV is only third place rather than second place, which is good. I like that.
Where's
Where's
Wikipedia when you
they
need it?
will, even if like a new election, they
I
already.
don't know. I
don't
don't
think
fuck
they
all
can
about
become
Dutch
the biggest
politics.
unless if the other right wing parties like magically disappear. So I don't think they have like
How
the
about that trick? I'm gonna make these parties disappear.
they just don't, they it's like what I said like to you name Nemer, that we only have like but we have like 30% of the people that vote within my country vote for right wing, like
Yeah.
actual right wing parties. So,
But do you have several right wing parties? Do
Yeah.
they like make a coalition when they start vying for power?
I don't think they will ever have enough like seats to do that.
But
I mean, wouldn't you define VVD as a right-wing party?
Yeah, it's kind of is, but then again,
They used to be more right than they are now. They're
it's-
somewhere in the middle, like a little bit to the right, but a little bit more to the left than what they used to be.
it's like calling the Social Democrats like on the left. So it's like more that's not really right. It's like
is
it's
how,
like
how do you know when that's like just optics and rebranding, or is it a real shift? Because that's been happening with the far right party in France too, where Marine Le Pen has been really working hard on rebranding the party as
right?
yeah, and like nationalistic party, but not evil. We don't want to hurt anyone. We just want to be our own country and do our own things, and also playing up a lot of the populist socialist like things, taking them from far left ideas and stuff like that. And really pushing away the old school whether like anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim rhetoric, or at least keeping it like off camera, to the point where there was a debate that had me outraged recently between one of Macron's ministers and her, where Macron's minister tells her she's too soft on Islam in the debate. I find that disgraceful coming from Macron's party to like play that game against her. Of like trying to take over her like Islamophobic electorate, but yeah, that's what happened.
Also, she changed her tone on the European Union itself. Like now, she says like she wants just a massive reform.
Oh, did she? I didn't follow that.
And she changed her like. Her earlier point was like saying that that they need to disband the European Union. So I guess when she said like massive reform, she just means like just disbanding the European Union. I would assume that, honestly. So, but yeah, she tries to appeal to be more center, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Her dad doesn't really ever show up in media anymore. And he's like the hardline, old school Algeria war crime apologist and all that stuff.
But why the rebranding from FN to RN? Like
because
Front National was like their brand, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, if I had to guess, I think she believes that she'll keep the old school like neo-Nazi, hardcore racist, hardcore nationalist crowd with her, and is going to be able to dog whistle just enough to keep them on her side, while on the surface she doesn't do anything like outright racist. She doesn't say anything outright racist. There's like the classic like small I don't know how small they are, but the classic like anti-immigration dog whistles and those kind of things. But I like politically it makes sense from like a marketing perspective. She tried to change her. She changed the entire ideological line of the party officially speaking, and so she changed the name of the party to like have a clear break from its history, or at least appear as if it's a clear break from its history. It isn't. I don't trust her in any formal way of having like changed her original goals, which is why I was asking, like, how do you know when the party's just being pragmatic about like gaining electorate or improving their image, or if they actually changed their ideology?
It's all politics, so you never know.
Yeah.
Usually in my experience, usually observing youth organizations is a good indicator, because youth organizations, well, first of all, they imply like the next generation of the party, and the people that speak there are a lot less trained and a lot less vetted, but they represent like the desires of the party base, because what the youth thinks are the ideas that currently bring people into the party, right? Like with all due respect to us fellow young people, most young people are pretty fucking dumb. So they like
True.
reiterate like the political thoughts of their parents, right? So from like arguing back from the youth organizations, you can see like what really moves the party base. And for example, in Germany, to use a German example, what you for example have in the Green Youth, the Greens used to be this like very radical revolutionary party, is that like the youth organization is like very milquetoast. But if you, for example, look at the left party's youth organization, then you have a lot more like Marxist reading circles, like history lessons about Vladimir Lenin, right? Like you have a lot more like things that make you go like, are you sure you guys got over that East German communism part of your party's history? So like I haven't studied like Front National. I still call them Front National. Like
You can call them. I don't. I absolutely appreciate that. Fuck their rebranding.
Like German media, whenever they talk about them, they always say Front National, which has been called Rassemblement National since like 2018 or something. So the party has been renamed for 3 years. Everyone over here still calls them Front National, which is funny.
People here still do that too. Everyone knows it's kind of bullshit.
Like, I remember that in Belgium they outlined like one of the parties, and then they changed like the name, and they had like
Vlaams Belang, was that?
Yeah, Vlaams Belang. Now they or puts like Vlaams Blok. It's either one of those, Vlaams Blok or Vlaams Belang, and it was such a silly like, and they were so funny as well. Like, it's kind
of country, like if a political party elevates veneration of members of the Waffen SS, then you know that kind of suspect, okay? Vlaams Belang,
yeah. So we in the Netherlands we have like one guy and Thierry Baudet and Forum for Democratie, or Forum for Democracy. So basically, that guy, when you talk about like youth, so to speak, that youth like department, so to speak, was just crazy. They were saying all these anti-Semitic shit and stuff like that. So that's a bit of a weird party, and I think that's very dangerous, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know.
No, Maki, you.
But Slovenia is like the most dangerous country of them all.
That's next to the Czech Republic, right? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, happy as it is. Yeah, definitely. Slovakia, yeah, same.
Yeah, I'm happy that I didn't invite Dario on because he's from Bosnia. So I didn't want to start another Yugoslavian war, right?
There wouldn't be any, because I have family from like down there.
Sir, Byzantium wants to work with me. I'll work with her too.
Mm-hmm. Fuck Byzantium.
Oh yo, no, fuck you. Oh yo, no, just kidding. Oh yo, we should actually do a. I'm not sure what to call you otherwise.
Call me Name Man, I guess. I need to rename. I've been renaming myself in Discord channels.
Name
servers. Name or Name Man, because that's like the name of my Twitch stream.
Okay, name.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, name. Okay, got it.
I should have used that name on Twitch. It's such a good name.
True.
It's like it's too much, right?
I didn't know I'm being live streamed on YouTube right now. God damn.
And on Facebook Gaming, I think so.
Yeah, and on Grindr.
And on Grindr. And on Chatterbait.
And OnlyFans.
Yeah.
What on Chatterbait?
No, just gonna say like we should if we can maybe do a Civ game one of these days or something. We'll just have to convince Elysium.
Yeah, sure. I only have one problem with that. I just checked in my I knew I had one of the recent Civ games from when it was for free on Epic Games, and it turns out it's Civilization 6. But apparently you can get like you were saying, you can get like 5 with all the DLCs for pretty cheap. So I'll
Yeah,
try to.
it's and if I just look it up, see what it's like right now. Like it's really cheap. Usually, when sales are on, and they're often in the humble bundle. What the hell just happened to me? Oh, it's just stream. I think. Civilization 5, Civilization 6. No. When it comes down to, I think it's called Gold Edition. Let me take a look. Bonus edition complete. Okay, it's just actually called complete. But I think complete. Gods and Kings, Brave New World. Gods and Kings. Polga. Thank you, Ted. Oh my god.
You're welcome, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for the follow, Ted. Too.
Go back to
You're
your
welcome.
Stop following Tekajin. He's only mine.
Okay, unfollow.
Yeah. Oh wow, it's even cheaper. It's like €4, €5 actually, like 483. Wow.
Neyman, have you seen like a Elysium stream about Jump King? And
I missed the Jump King, but I watched a little bit of the VOD. Did he finish it?
No, he didn't.
Oh my god. All those channel points and he didn't even finish it?
He didn't even finish it.
What a disgrace.
At some point, he was like, well, guys, that's it. After he fell down, like, a lot. Well, guys, that's it.
No.
I'm gonna call it here. And you could hear him fuming. But he was trying to be such a good e-boy VTuber. So
I've sent you a message on Discord with 2 links. Both of them are to the same place, so you can check it out later, or check other stuff out. Saving money is always a good thing.
It is. Thank you. I'll check it out. I love Civilization. It'll be fun.
True. Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those games, like you said, like you don't play it every day unless you're really in like kind of like a Civ moment or something like that. But it's one of those games you kind of come back to. At least that's what I found about it. Especially people like, yo, you want to go play some Civ? Sure.
Like, would you be up for that for like a Civ 5 tournament or?
I'm terrible at that game.
You can be Bismarck. It's fine. Or we can both be Bismarck.
I don't actually like playing Bismarck. Bismarck is not my favorite lead in that game. Who did I always play? I played Casimir, Poland. Poland is very strong.
Oh boy.
Oh
boy.
Casimir is super overpowered. But one of my buddies always took Casimir. Who did I played Augustus. Listen, I like
Caesar.
Gandhi.
I like
not Gandhi with them nukes.
Gandhi was actually my main leader in Civ 4, because in Civ 4 India gets the fast builders, and I like the fast builders. They're very fast. I like them. But in Civ 5 I usually play Rome or Poland.
Rome is ridiculous when you get the legions and the trebuchets. They can be annoying. Yes, they can be very annoying to fight against.
What I was like doing as Rome is like build up a massive border like with my opponents, and then move like 8 legions there, and then build a road along the entire border. It costs a lot of money, but it's a good meme. Suddenly there's a road network, and then you can use it to invade. I've been looking at Humankind as well. Humankind looks very interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to ask earlier. Like, what you guys think about Humankind? I caught someone streaming a little bit of it, and it looks like a really nice compromise between like the new mechanics and I know like mechanics from like Endless games with Civilization.
I really like the concept of switching the civs. Like, that's what appeals the most to me. The idea that you have an ancient civ and then you develop it with another civ after it, right? There'll be representation issues, like certain cultural circles seem to be like massively represented already. Like, there are like 3 civilizations standing for different like periods of China. But I guess that's fair, right? Like, China is immortal, okay? China is just always around.
China number one.
Hey, in population, that is actually true. So
Taiwan
yes.
number one.
Taiwan
India.
number one.
India
Taikiko.
number one. India number one.
India number one. Well, let's be honest. America was number one when it comes down to Corona. They took the lead.
Yeah, and Israel took the lead in the vaccines, right? It's like it's kind of shitty how in Europe we kind of lacked with that. However, like I probably will get my vaccine in like June or something. So it's kind of crappy.
It sucks.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna switch back to Total War
Yeah,
Shogun.
we'll actually catch up to China soon in people.
China.
Slovenia number one, right?
China.
Okay. Well,
Wait.
I'm gonna head out. Okay.
But-
Sorry.
He's gonna play some more World of Warcraft. Okay, cool.
Hey.
Cool.
I gotta play some World of Warcraft, you know?
Nice.
True. You do that, bro.
Finally.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed.
Go get that Alliance guy up to level 80. What is it, 90? 20? I don't fucking know. What it's
No, I
nowadays.
play on retail. I play Horde.
Yeah, of course you do.
For
Like-
the
Horde player.
On vanilla, it's more fun to play Alliance because it's like if you look at how they made the game when it comes to vanilla WoW or like classic WoW.
Alliance has more content.
No. If you look at like they first made all the Alliance quests,
Yeah.
and then they put some like Horde shit in it, and also like the Horde like the zones don't make any sense in some regard, so you need to travel a lot more, and it's just Alliance got way more content there, so it's more fun to play there. Also, Tyrant's Root sucks, and Night Elf Root is fun.
Also, remember when we were talking about like when we play games and you have like this guy that just reads like German or like Russian. Chin is one of those guys. You know what I mean? He's basically the reason why all the Horde the Horde battles are being lost because Chin is in there. He doesn't know anything
Okay.
about the game.
That's true. I suck at it. But everybody that plays WoW doesn't. Nowadays, they just mount collect and shit, so it doesn't fucking matter, you know?
It's a new meta, mount collecting.
Yeah. So, guys, see you guys later.
All right,
See ya.
bro.
Thanks for having
Okay.
me.
Thank you.
Bye, bro. Have a good one. Hey, Maki.
Mm.
I love you, baby.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Send-
name if you wanna.
Non-gay love back. Sending you non-gay love back, or how do you say?
Oh yeah, send me those nudes right now. Come on, let's go. Let's fucking go. I'm ready. I have my phone open. Look, I have my phone open. You know what I mean? Yeah, name if you wanna like at one point, if you do get Civ, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm always interested to have some people, not like 10 people, because that's just going to be chaotic. But just a few people would be nice, because it's a nice game to play. If you have a few people, especially if you meme around, you know, like Ted says, like, "Oh, you're just gonna get Legion, just build roads into your shit." You know, that's the way to go. Just fucking meme around. You know what I'm saying?
It's a really bad strategy to win the game, though. Like you kill one opponent, and then you're like way behind in tech and money.
And there's another one. Yeah.
And
Or
some in Civ 5 multiplayer, there's always that one tryhard asshole that plays Korea, okay, and that gets 47 gajillion technologies, and then they nuke you while you're still huddling around with your knights.
Yeah.
And like, come on, man, don't play Korea, dumb fuck. That's unfair.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, especially if you just locked into a battle with someone. Like the thing is that if you are in warfare, then you're going to hamper your progress. But you're basically like you're not going to win a war in 5 turns unless you actually somehow got an advantage over everybody, which happens if you are like in the jungle and you got like all these research advantages with your religion and stuff like that, and you get like bonuses for having jungle tiles, and then you speed up through it. Sure, that can happen, but usually when you're in the war with somebody, like people got like some extra settlements, and you just keep pumping out units, but then your cash is being depleted every turn. and so on, so on. And then you're like, yes, I'm beating this guy. And then you're finally beaten. There's like this other guy, most of the time it's going to be AI. Oh, person X has declared war on you. So now you've got to bring the war to the other front. You know, that's just ridiculous.
Lads, I think I'll also call it here. It was very nice talking to you. I followed a bunch of you on Twitch. By the way, Samurai, your Twitch link on Discord doesn't work. If I click,
I don't stream at all.
Oh.
Because you are Twitch linked, but it says sorry.
I used to stream. Yeah.
Unless you've got a time machine, that content is unavailable.
Wait, you're German. You can make a time machine, right? You're very efficient at those like technology inventions.
Also, I think it's on.
We had to give them to Israel after 1945. Okay. War reparations. All right.
Okay, buddy. Nice seeing you again.
All right, bye. Oh, I missed it.
Nice memes.
In all strategy games, when you're playing like a big multiplayer map, it's always the first person who starts gaining an advantage. They're the one everyone's gonna gang up on. If you like start invading someone, everyone's like, oh, all right, this is the first one to take out, and you get fucked.
It kind of depends. Like in Civ, there's it's just like more like when you declare war on something, like you get the warmonger status, right? That kind of fucks you over in the long run. That's basically the biggest problem. So if you like, let's say, most of the time I have city-state nearby, and that has the best tiles, and it's like in my way because I want to settle something around it, but I've got the shitty state in my way, so I want to take it because I don't want this thing to be allied with somebody else who's going to get influence over it, and eventually, if I declare war with that person, that city-state is going to fuck me over because city-states can be very difficult to take out at one point, right? With all the defense they get. So you declare war on the city-state, then the whole world's like, you're a warmonger. Boo! Boo! And then they just declare war on you, one after another. So you cannot like lose any power. You have to keep building your army and basically just show like, hey, you fuck with me, gonna be your last, even though it's gonna take 1 million turns to take somebody out. But it's fun. It's fun. But more is like the difference that you can make. Because most of the time is when you notice a big difference is somebody just goes into a new timeline, like a new time perk, and then you get like that new unit, right? So like, for example, you get musketmen, and that musketman is obviously going to be stronger than the previous guy they were, right? So it's going to be like a sudden increase in power. But if that person gets musketmen, then it's going to be equal again until you get the next person, and so on and so on. So if you get upgrades, but then what happens most of the time, at least for me, my troops are out by the time I get the upgrade for that troop. I have to get my troops into my territory or take that settlement that I'm attacking in order to upgrade my troops. And it always happens at the worst time possible. So I could have musketmen or riflemen or whatever, but I don't have a settlement nearby to upgrade them in. It is ridiculous, but it's still a very fun game. Or if you play things as like Rome Total War, or in this case I'm playing Shogun. I've been playing it recently as well. It's been a long time since I played it, but apparently these assholes are really into like, oh, hello there, you are a smaller clan. I'm just gonna take your lands now, okay? Then this big boy declares war on you, and then the other guys declare war on you, and for some reason they all put their differences aside to attack you, even though you're just like a small fish. Like, you can't put up an actual fight. Oy.
Yeah, Shogun's really hard. I used to play the first one when I was a teenager, and I loved it. It was a lot of fun, like seeing sending like safe scumming ninjas so their assassination could work.
I am definitely safe scumming again in this. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do in most Total War games, just safe scumming. Unless like Warhammer, for example, right? That's I don't try to safe scum as much. But in some time, like you said, like, oh, you have an assassination attempt that you are doing or is being done on you, and then, oh, hey, your character's been assassinated. No, let me reload, and then you can try again.
Yeah. Warhammer is also easier, honestly. I love it. I love the Warhammer Total War, but it's way easier than the more historical ones.
Definitely. Yeah, it's definitely a lot easier because it's all a bit more fancy, but they also incorporate the heroes a little bit more in a way that you actually can make an effect on, like have an effect with them instead of just like, this is my general. Oh, you send this guy, has 30 additional men or like a squad of 30. He's the first one to die. That's annoying as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't like it when my generals die, but I don't like the whole thing of just them standing in the background. I kind of want them to attack, but not to be made out of glass. Like somebody looks at them and your general's dead. I don't like that. That's usually kind of where I just get really annoyed.
Yeah, they're just humans.
True. I mean, we're again, when it comes down to the whole fighting, like the big army, it's what I mentioned before, like this grand epic battle, and then I just don't want to micromanage the entire time when it comes down to those types of RTS games, because I just feel it's like it's a chore, and it's like I just want to enjoy, and I just enjoy having this grand battle. And why is my game lagging? Come on, auto calculation. Hello. Did my game just freeze? Oh, there we go. But still, it's they are also a lot of fun, and they're kind of like turn-based as well, so that's still fun. But it feels different than like Civ, because in Civ you have a lot more technologies to go through, a lot more timelines and different technologies. While it's usually in the Total War games, it's fixed to one time era, and that's iconic to the Total War games, of course. But it wouldn't be weird to see a Total War game, for example, like Warhammer, and then go from the old cling-clang sword attack to the whole like, I'm a space marine, brother!
Yeah.
For the Emperor! And but it's still, they're still fun.
I guess there's the Dawn of War series for that. Oh, yeah.
True. No. Dawn of War. Oh, man, I love Dawn of War 2. I actually, when it comes down to Dawn of War 1, I played it, but I didn't play it as much as I did Dawn of War 2. I don't really know why, because Dawn of War 1 was kind of better. But I think it's because of the multiplayer. Dawn of War 2 had such good multiplayer, but they also had like these annoying strategy things with the Eldar, for example. They just, I hate Eldar players. I absolutely hate Eldar players. I just can't put it in any other words. I just hate Eldar players. But Dawn of Wars are 3 was of course a little bit of a failure, but 2, in my opinion, was the fun one to play, especially when it comes down to multiplayer. Oh look, this clan's declared war on you. Bitches.
Look at that cultured man eating stuff with chopsticks. Chinchilla's just saying, like, look at that cultured man eating stuff with chopsticks. Well, yeah.
Yeah, why you pointing that out, Chinchilla? Huh? Why are you trying to make him look like he's doing something bad?
Yeah, why are you eating with chopsticks? How dare you?
How dare you eat with chopsticks?
Oh. Yeah, he wants to know the rules for the tourney.
The rules for the Endless Legend tourney.
No, for Civilization 5.
I don't even know. Like, I would like a tourney. Like we're talking about like different rounds, or
there's a tournament. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Wait, I thought we were talking about like a big multiplayer map, right?
That's what I was. Yeah, that's kind of what I was like thinking about.
Yeah.
Not like a 1-on-1 5-minute game, because that's not something you can do. but more like have a big multiplayer map for a few hours. That would be my preference, but I don't know if that's, of course, if that's possible or not. I hope it is. But yeah, I mean, the only rule, I guess, is that you can turn this off, like policy saving and stuff like that. I usually find that very scummy when it comes down to multiplayer, because you can just save your policy points and your promotion points, and it can actually be used in a very stupid way. But then again, culture farming is also a thing, which is also something I frequently do when I'm playing the game. So, you know.
I have no idea what those things do.
Oh, you have an option to have raging barbarians on, right?
Yeah.
So the barbarians are going to spawn all over the place, like, and I don't know how many times they will just spawn like a new settlement, and just when you think you're like, oh, I cleared this one, you go back with your troop, a new one spawns, and they're basically like just all over the place. If you do it right, hang on, Maki, let me look. If you do it right, there's a honor tree that, like, the first one you point into honor tree is like whatever you kill gives you an X amount of culture. So, right, you can basically farm the barbarians by having archers outside their camp, and you can just you can basically just spawn kill barbarians, so to say, which is pretty funny. Let me take a look.
Nice. I got cat ears too.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no!
This is now a weeb. This is now a weeb chat.
Over.
Okay, if we're gonna go weeb chat, hang on. Let me get something else.
Ooh. Make it stop. You forgot the magic word sign. Ooh.
Ooh. Look at how cute we are now.
Super cute.
Super cute. Kawaii desu. Kawaii desu.
Kawaii desu.
But in order to do this, I have to actually turn off this light. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
I think it will bring his scary mask.
Monka TOS. He cannot show. Is it please make it stop? It's
I am Batman.
Oh shit. He's got his own cosplay.
I am defender of peace and justice. I'm gonna beat the justice into weebs.
Now, that was my question. What's Batman's stance on weebs?
Weebs out. Weebs out. Hilarious. But I mean, actually, if we're talking about Batman, I mean, we obviously don't know that Bruce Wayne is Batman, right? Nobody knows that. It's a secret.
Yeah, sure.
So, I think hypothetically, Batman, when it comes down to like the OG Batman, is kind of like before the whole. It's kind of like more like, I guess, in the 70s, 80s, like originally, like takes place. And of course, it like shifting him more towards the future because, you know, being stuck in the past is. But I think Batman's take on weeps. I think Batman would.
Wait, Batman was actually written by Japanese. What are you talking about?
No. Batman was written by Bob something.
No. Original Batman was written in Japan.
God damn it. Batman is a weeb. Oh shit. I'm no longer a fan of Batman. I'm gonna get all my Batman. I'm just kidding. Now here's the thing. What do you think the Joker thinks of the weebs?
He loves them. They're his squad. They're Goonies. They're Goonies. He's Goonies.
Now, is the Joker a weeb?
Yes.
Maybe that's why he supports them. Batman was written by Bob Seven.
Bob Seven. Was he not written by Bob Saget? Everybody remember that meme, Bob Saget?
Yeah, Bob Saget. I never understood where it came from, that like whole line.
I was not lying. Look, it says Bat Manga. Early design.
Bat manga.
Bad manga.
Hiro Kubata,
God.
manga author, illustrators. There was a Japanese version. So here we go. It was Japanese.
Oh my god. Bad manga. Jesus Christ. That is so bad.
It's actually a Batman. With this actually hard. There is. Yeah. Okay, so this is totally Japanese. Here we go. Told
Hey,
you.
Because a lot of things are actually originating from Japan, when it comes down to people being inspired and stuff like that, and vice versa. But Japan just has a very weird take on a lot of things. Even up to the point where you can have the most weirdest thing that people will get offended by. Like, take the Hitler mustache, for example, right? If I shave my mustache to have a Hitler mustache, for example, and I put on some weird hat, people are still going to call me a Nazi. In Japan, there are literally characters that have that mustache, and they're fucking hilarious. Nobody's calling them Nazis or whatever. You know what I mean?
There's two things at play there, right? The Japan have this weird obsession with the like Nazi Germany aesthetics, and I don't really know how much of it is like actually being like neo-Nazis or hyper nationalists, because there's that too. But it seems like a lot of them just like unironically think SS uniforms look cool, and it doesn't mean they're like.
No, exactly. That's the whole thing. Is that if you say like, oh, a tiger tank looks very nice, then you're a Nazi. If you say like these uniforms look cool because they were like designed by Hugo Boss, right?
Yeah, Hugo Boss.
Like Hugo Boss, and it's like they don't look bad, but you can't say anything because anything you say, And the same thing goes like for all these other things, like when you're talking about pirates, like, oh, yo, I like Blackbeard, not even like just the name that it is Blackbeard, but the fact that Blackbeard was actually a semi-slave dealer in the end himself. So you could say, oh, I like Blackbeard. Oh, then you like slave dealers. It just doesn't. It's just so weird. But I do find it amazing how Japanese people can have so many different things, and even things that could be seen as like racist or affiliated with something, into turning into something completely different because it's Japan.
Yeah, it works. We're not racist, guys.
I laugh at Japanese people getting the butt slap every time they laugh. You know what I mean? I fucking love it.
Oh, actually, Chinchilla brings up something, and it reminds me also of the swastika. How like the swastika is still like a Buddhist and Hindu symbol for billions of people, much more than not like a Nazi symbol.
And actually, a lot of yeah.
He says it's a big thing in Thailand where they like the little mustache guy because they don't really educate themselves on World War II, and the symbol represents something different.
The mustache guy. God damn it.
But yeah, you guys know the expression wereaboo?
Wereaboo?
Yeah, from Wehrmacht. So the first part of ver or where.
Oh, yeah, like Wehrmacht. Yeah, where.
Yeah, wereaboo, I guess would be the correct pronunciation. Yeah. That's like what it's like cringe, but you have to like give them for the benefit of a doubt for a minute, like let them see if they just like really like the army aesthetic for some reason, or if they're actually like LARPing as a Nazi. It's always the question that comes to mind when you see someone going hardcore on the like
Yeah, but-
Nazi Germany history memes.
That's pretty much the whole thing, right? And if there's this game called Heroes in General, so maybe you've heard about it, right? It's a really scuffed ass game, and it's about World War II. So you have Russia, you have United States, as somehow is the United States only. It's not even like allied; it's just United States. And you have Germany, or as they call like the German Empire, and when it comes down to that, like if you look in the chat, you see like these chat like people go Heil, 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 or during swastikas, like and stuff like that, and then you just basically play the game, but in that game is for example, I started with the German faction, right? Because again, they have these tanks, they have all these things and stuff like that. I don't want to play stereotypical like the American or the Allies, because they're always like the main what do you say, like the main thing in everything, right? You don't really get to see a different side, and it's always nice to see a different side. Then you got Russians, but Russians just how can I say this? The Russians just suck. I don't have any other words for this. I like them, going about Russian memes, putting on Russian things and stuff like that. But in game, they just suck. Unless you have the what is it called, like the T-34 or the tank destroyers. It's kind of a bit of funky how it's balanced. But it's just you kind of want to play something. But then once you start making a character, you invest time and your character ranks up, so you get money from it. So your rank goes up, you earn more money, so to say, to buy new stuff or to unlock more stuff. And then if you want to get more money, because it's basically a grinding game, you just have to keep playing. And it's more like if you do good, you get some extra money, but it's more based on how long you play a match for, right? Because it's like an hourly wage that you get for your character. And things get insane when it comes down to prices. Like I think the Tiger Tank 2 is 700,000 silver coins, or you can pay real money, get gold coins. You invest real money into the game. That's when you know it's a good game. When you have to invest extra money in microtransactions to unlock something. Yeah, no, I just don't want to do that. So if you want to get money, you kind of have to stick with a faction, right? And then you can't just really go like, oh, yeah, I'm going to play a different faction. I tried. I went over to the Russian faction. I regret my life choice because I get the shittiest equipment to start with and the shittiest gear, and I just have to, level it up. While I could actually just play the other character, get more money from those characters to purchase unlocks for the other characters or speed up the boosts. But hey, then you're only playing one faction, which happens to be Germany. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's I don't know. But it's just funny. I think Japan can like get away with a lot of things. It's kind of like South Park in that reference. They can do a lot of things and get away with it.
True that.
Yeah.
Fucking Japan.
And they do. I watched this documentary a couple of weeks ago where about how hard it is to get them to admit the atrocities they committed during World War II. There's like a lot of pushback against that in Japan, and that's like at that point though it's like it like stops being cute. It's just like really...
No, of course. Like eventually it just has to end. But isn't that the same thing with a lot of other things? That's kind of like the same thing when it comes down to what's currently now being said, like the Armenian genocide. With
sure.
Turkey, and there's a lot of stuff that's going on. I think at one point the most important thing, and this is not just with this, and this might be sensitive to a lot of people, but it also goes down as it comes down, like for example with slavery, right? Is at one point you just gotta know that this happened in the past. Is this still happening right now? Are you yourself right now a victim of this, right? Like, were you raped in World War II, for example? Right? I mean, most of these people that were in these generations, such as my grand and stuff like that, they're no longer among us. Like they're basically. I'm not referencing to the game. Very sus.
Amogus.
Humongous.
You are being pretty sus now, yeah.
Really sus. Really sus. But it's at one point you just gotta ask yourself, like, listen, how much are you currently being affected by this? Because if you were a victim yourself, I get that. If your mother was a victim, like your father was a victim, of course, or someone like that is directly close to you, I can actually understand because they are probably talking to you about it, kind of give you some kind of like their opinions and stuff like that, maybe some bias on how things go. But there was this one thing that I found very interesting. I saw this like a month ago. I actually showed it to Chinchilla and stuff like that. And I got to say this correctly before I mix things. There was this United States soldier, right? It was basically in World War II, and he said it took me a lot of years, like I think it's like 30, 40 years or something, to basically just realize or just forgive Germany, so to say, right? Because in the end, they were just, quote, doing their jobs. We're not talking about the leaders. We're talking about the guys that were on the ground, right? Like the soldiers that he was fighting. It's basically one side to another side. And if like a person like that can actually sort of like forgive somebody, it's just at one point it got like he was there, he was in the war. I always think like it's better to just move on than to be stuck in the past, because by being stuck in the past, you can't change the past. You can only change the future. So if something is happening right now that is like if you are being enslaved, or if something is happening like that to you, that I can understand that being, that have to change. But if we're stuck in the past, we can't move forward.
Yeah.
But then if you kind of want to move forward, then people go like, oh, but you're just basically saying that this was not a thing. Oh my God. And I just at one point think like, listen, you can be stuck in the past, but it's not going to work. You can't change the past. You can only change the future.
There's several things in there I want to respond to.
Of course. This is not like podcasting. More like just like chilling with the boys.
Yeah, no problem. In general, I agree with the sentiment. But first, I don't think that's what you are saying. But it just triggers me because I on a lesser level hearing that like slavery, or in classic contexts of like in Europe more often you would talk about colonialism and its consequences. True. It's kind of the same type of discussion of like a privileged rich society and how it exploited human lives or other societies and so on and so forth. It's something that's often said by conservatives, right? That now we're over. Now it's in the past. We got to get over it. Why are people still talking about it? But the reality is, in both cases, those are things that like still directly affected living people. Not like slavery was abolished. I don't remember the exact date, but quite a long time ago. But then you look at the actual U.S. history, you still have laws up to the 60s that and 70s that were explicitly discriminatory. And that's without even going into systemic racism and how systems of oppression got perpetuated past the abolition of discriminatory laws. Or on Europe's side, you have colonialism is ended, but you still have neocolonialism and intervention, exploitation of natural resources in other countries. So if those things really were in the past, then sure, but they aren't really, not even today. I would argue, but I didn't feel like you're making that like hyper conservative argument. Just wanted to clarify, right?
It's more like what it comes down to is like I'm not basically saying left and right, and the thing is like it's okay. So if let's say hypothetically my great grandfather or something like that had something to do with colonialism, right, or something like that. Like how am I in this situation? Because I'm by no means am I like a privileged white male, for example, right, or something like that. But if we're talking about this, like how is it that like if I don't have any effect in this, you know what I mean? I am not in in like a colony or like sort of in any sense connected to that and like managing these things and like exploiting them or I have no effect on these matters, so to say. So what can I? And then if I'm being, now he comes back in. We're just supposed to be playing World of Warcraft.
I just want to say that when it comes to politics, man, you shouldn't be talking about this shit. And like, honestly, like, it's like across the world, man. It's a lot different. It's not like they ended slavery in they ended slavery in the 90s.
It's not
in
as
the 80,
simple that you
82.
basically abolish something and then like with that it's ended.
No.
But what, like,
I'm not saying that. It's like a lot of countries, first of all, have like a lot of more recent past with slavery, so to speak, and a lot of countries have like a lot of more segregation like recently. So for a lot of countries, so to speak, it's not really in the past because it's like with people that are 50 or 60 years old, they dealt with that shit, and because of that, their kids grew up poorer, and their kids still grew up poorer, and to a certain extent, like maybe they still have like these segregation laws, right? It's like those things are kind of sad, and like it's like I know where you're coming from, like saying like, well, they like it's not the same as like the US over here, right? So to speak. But
I'm still
the problem is that people will think that you're talking for the whole world, right? So
I'm talking for the whole world. Guys, I am talking for the whole world. And if you watching right now and I'm saying something, I am speaking on behalf of the entire world. Actually, you know what? I'm also speaking according to species 8472 that lives in the Delta Quadrant in fluidic space.
No, but they will assume that, and that's like they will assume that, and you definitely don't.
But that's not okay. I get that. But this is basically we're coming. Wait. Let me just say something. I know. Let me just say something. We mentioned before that a lot of people. I think Ted said this. A lot of people, especially young people, are stupid, right? Because they're actually getting a lot. Like stupidity is nowadays is a big thing. My thing is that if somebody assumes that I'm talking like for the whole world, that's their flaw. That's not my flaw. I mean, it can get me in trouble because you can clip it and say like, "What is this? This guy is saying this. Cool," but I can't even grasp on how stupid this like the whole like situation is. I'm just basically saying is that if you're like you said, something happened and the effects of that is still happening, like still noticeable, still like within like the population, stuff like that. That has to be resolved somehow. Right? That has to be taken care of. That's a problem. That I can understand. I'm not saying that is not a thing. I'm just saying is that we keep putting the blame on people. We keep basically like pointing fingers at people as like, this is because of you, this is that and that. But we're not actually, by putting the blame on people, by basically pointing fingers, we're not actually like remedying the situation, right? We're not going forward because we're kind of stuck in the past. And we need to go forward if you even want to resolve issues that have happened. I cannot change what my great grandfather did. Right?
I think
I can't.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say I can't change. Like, if my government is doing something, I can't change my government. I'm just a person that does something, right? I can't. I don't have that much of like an impact in my circle of influence, so to say. But I can't change the whole world, and I don't want to be blamed for something or something that I didn't even do or that even know what happened, so to say. Right? There's too much, in my opinion, that's currently going on, and we're not doing a lot to kind of move forward on this. And we keep blaming people. We keep shifting or like pointing fingers. But in the end, that's not going to change the situation. That's kind of just what I'm saying. I'm not saying like, oh, slavery, that's not a big deal, or no, I'm not saying that.
I think we know you. That's not what you're saying. I really want to respond to that because I feel like that's an important sentiment nowadays in general.
Of course,
I've had a discussion with a friend very often. He just like you, he doesn't want to feel. He wasn't involved in. None of us were involved with colonialism or the slave trade. It's very unlikely that I know your background was very unlikely that any of our families like directly profited from it, or even like going back to great grandparents. At that point, my family's in Poland, which never was a colonial empire.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, pretty sure. But what we do have, I'm gonna like have two parts to my response. What we do have is an indirect benefit by just by living in a Western country. I hate talking about the trickle-down effect, but we do get a trickle-down effect of so much wealth accumulated and developed in those countries at the expense of others, that we do end up getting an indirect benefit. Just as we never directly participated in it, we also don't directly benefit from it, but we do get an indirect benefit from it. Now, I don't think that is any reason to blame anyone. I do understand where that sentiment comes from, and I understand that a lot of media sometimes creates that sort of feeling, right? That being said, I think it's okay to say that none of us are responsible for the current state of things. But just like you said, and I fully agree with the sentiment of like, now we're in the present, what do we do going forward? I think we are responsible of trying to go forward in the best situation, and that means in part acknowledging the mistakes that were done in the past, the bad things that are done in the past. And we all live in democracies. We don't have a lot of power over our governments, obviously. No one can hold us accountable for what our governments do. But we can hold ourselves accountable, like who do we vote for? Who do we if we feel individually as passionate about something in politics or in the direction our government is going to, we can get involved in politics and participate and try to push it in the direction that we think is best. And I think so. We don't have a responsibility. We don't have any blame. But we do perhaps have a responsibility as citizens, I guess, I would say.
But where does the responsibility, or let's say the trickle down effect that we got from the past, what people did, because the people that did something back then, they're not alive now. When it comes to, I guess, say, the colonialism back in the day, or the slavery, or even something as like more recent, like let's say World War II. I'm pretty sure 99% of the people are not alive anymore, right? So when it comes down to the trickle down effect, like we are benefiting because we live in a Western society, so we are benefiting from this, what happened in the past. Is where does this responsibility start and where does it end? Does it mean, for example, I'm not a rich man, you know what I mean? By any means am I a rich person. So does this mean that if I basically have to give my money to someone that is kind of like in this situation? So let's say somebody is in one of those affected countries by what happened in the past. Do I just like, oh, yo, bro, here's my income? That's okay. I'm just going to eat some tiles on the street. That's perfectly fine. You have my income because you're a victim of what happened back then, or still like are in this situation. Like, where does it end? You know what I mean? Like, where does it?
That's not what I'm advocating for. If you do have spare income and you choose to be philanthropic, like that's a personal choice. I don't care that much about that. I'm more thinking like those were problems created by at state levels, state policies, and reparations is another thing that is very complicated. I don't know if reparations are a solution to anything. But I do feel like when the refugee crisis, for example, it sucks because obviously we already every European country already has their own problems and their own poverty and homeless people that they're struggling with. Yeah. But when we've been destabilizing the Middle East for the past century, don't we owe it to refugees from wars that our states are involved in? Don't our states owe it to them to like help them find a new life when they come begging for one? I think it's fair in those situations. Like on a state level, I'm okay with some of my tax money than going to help those people. There is also an argument there that I've often heard from people against helping refugees, which is why don't we do it for our homeless people? But I'm like a sock them. I'm all for social help, social security net. The government is spending money to help people, and that like indiscriminately. But I don't think what's the reason what's important is to me the keyword is systemic. When you're dealing with a systemic problem, you're dealing with the whole system, and it's wrong to feel individually responsible for it. You individually are not going to resolve those
maybe if
problems.
You're Bill Gates, you can maybe have an impact or something.
Yeah, then you have like huge power over the world for sure. But we don't. Maybe when our Twitch streams grow to like thousands of viewers, then we can
like, probably get banned because I said something wrong, and then the whole people think that I'm speaking according to everybody.
But I mean, like on that level, like there's a lot of things you can criticize Destiny for example. But I think that when he goes canvassing in the US for like the politics that he supports and thinks are best for the country, that I happen to agree with. That's obviously why like I support it too. But I think that's great. Like he has a certain amount of influence and power, and he does it within the sphere of his influence and power. But like I also feel like I really honestly feel for you. Like it's the same thing that I feel happens with, for example, pollution. Like we've been told for fucking 30 years, just put the plastic in the plastic bin and the glass in the glass bin, and that'll resolve everything. And that fucking resolves nothing. It's not up to individuals to resolve that. It's up to government regulation, controlling what the corporations do with the packaging, with the pollution, the manufacturing processes. And there is this trend of pushing the responsibility onto individuals instead of understanding them as the systems that they are. And I think we can agree that is a problem.
I think there's God damn it! I reloaded the save because I wasn't happy, and I figured that I reloaded, but then I just noticed that my save was actually a quick save or an auto save, so I have to reload an earlier save because it overrid my my save. There were a couple of things that I kind of wanted to mention out. Is that like nowadays, a lot of people are biased, right? I mean, even people that say they aren't biased or whatever, even they are biased.
No,
like
biased.
Everybody's biased. And my problem is you don't know a lot about about someone, from like coming on a Twitch stream or having a conversation. Sure, you can you get an impression from a person, but you don't really know what they are what they really think about or how they really feel about something. It's really difficult. So I always try to be careful with those kind of things unless people are specifically explicitly mentioning a couple of things, right? Like if you have somebody that is lack of words for an example, because my brain just farts. I don't know if you could hear the fart, but it just farted. If there was something else I was going to mention, I was trying to incorporate it in this, but my brain. Shit.
If I understand correctly, you were talking about like when people interpret everything very like in the worst possible way from someone else.
It's like if somebody if you have a different opinion from someone else, then automatically you're their enemy. That's the way I get the vibes from that. So, specific example, I think I can actually formulate an example right now. If you have a person that's talking about, let's open borders, right? Let's have everybody come in and stuff like that. And let's say that person B says, I think we should be careful with having everybody come over. Without even like, let's say, hearing the arguments or whatever, then automatically that person is racist, or that person is that, or whatever. Like if, like, let's say these people are Muslim, then there's like an Islamophobe. It's you're immediately putting a stamp on somebody, even though you kind of want to remove the stamps from, or people putting stamps. Kind of seems a bit like a hypocritical thing, but I think, I mean, again, what you just said, I'm just a person. I'm not Bill Gates. You know what I mean? If I was Bill Gates, I probably would have done a lot of other things. You know what I mean? Just a lot of funny shit. But I am not Bill Gates. I don't have an influence as Bill Gates or Elon Musk or whoever the fuck is currently on the top. And I do not know Destiny a lot. I mean, the names rings a bell, but I do not know a lot about this person. I'm not into like a lot of the big streamers, stuff like that. So I'm more like limited to my knowledge about these people. But it's more is that if I say something, and if it's like just my opinion and I'm just saying something and then I get branded as this or that, I think that's just a no-go. You know what I mean? Like, everybody can say whatever they want, even if things are controversial. Because there's a difference between thinking something and there's a difference between doing something, right? And there is a thin line that somebody can cross that basically has them from thinking to doing something. But I think you should always be able to talk with people. I mean, we actually had, like, a few weeks ago, we had a podcast, I think it's like maybe like 2 months ago, where we basically were talking about talking, and like when does talking end, kind of like resorts into like action or violence kind of thing. Chim might remember this specifically. And my opinion is more like, you always have to talk, right? Talking is the way to go. And if you look at history, you always see like people that sort of want to talk, but then somebody else doesn't want to talk, and then something happens, kind of explodes, and there's just nothing but violence. And then you just have people that basically just go like, I don't even want to talk. I just want this. So I'm just going to do whatever it takes to get this. And in the end, it is for the better. And that's weird. Like, those things can be very weird, because we're never like approving of violence, because violence is like the last thing that we should approve, right? Because it's like just a no-go. But if you look at the specific example, for example, like Japan, right? I mean, how long has Japan been at war for back in the feudal era, right? They've always been at war with each other because they always wanted to have control and stuff like that. And then at one point, you have a guy that just basically comes in like, oh, lol, my Japan now. And you actually have I think you had like a peaceful Japan for a little bit, right? It's just weird. And what happened if that did not happen? Would Japan still be in civil war? Like, would it still happen like constantly where everyone would just try to murder each other? It's just kind of weird. It's just weird, and I don't know. History is history. I find it very fascinating sometimes when you look at the Roman Empire. They did a lot of good things and they did a lot of bad things, right? But what would the world have looked like if the Roman Empire wasn't there, for example? Or if Napoleon didn't come by and kicked Europe's ass for for some time, specifically when it comes down to the church and stuff like that, right? Like, what would happen then? Like, what would the world look like? You could basically say the world could have been better off, or the world could have been worse off. Like, we don't know. It happened. I cannot undo what Napoleon did. I cannot undo what the Roman Empire did. As much as I can undo my actions, what I did yesterday. However, what I did yesterday, let's say that I punched a guy for whatever reason, right? Something happened. I punched a guy. I cannot undo my punch, but I can try to talk to the person and try to resolve what happened. Maybe even like find a way to just have us move forward, right? To basically, how do you say, like get on a common ground or something like that, like to just move forward. And I don't know.
I'll be
sorry.
going. I'll be going sleepy.
You don't
Alright.
wanna. You don't wanna say anything, Maki?
Yeah, go ahead.
About
I don't know. Like you wanna
Anything.
say something about this whole thing? Make war.
I think it's answer, not war.
I think it's pretty funny having us go back and forth, and Maki's like underneath eating popcorn. I feel like that
he's
was
just like-
really or roasted peanuts. Yeah.
I'm usually like the calm, peaceful guy who listens to a lot of things, and then it's like usually I don't want to interrupt because I have really open views on like peace and stuff. So it's like
Maki is like one of the nicest people that I just know when it comes down to everything. It's just this guy is just. Wait, did you? Oh, he just removed his ears. I was like, he's just gonna remove his earphones. Like he doesn't.
I can't
care.
listen to this shit. Fuck
I can't
that.
listen to this fucking shit. Yeah. In the end, we're all humans, and humans just fuck up big time. But in the end, it has to be human unless we get Skynet. But then Skynet takes care of the humans. See where that brought us? You know what I mean? I don't know. Sorry, you wanted to say something as well. Nate.
Yeah, I want to respond a bit because there was a lot. I had like mapped out in my brain, and now I kind of lost.
I've got
a bit
exactly
of
the
it.
same problem, bro. I'm always like, I gotta respond to this, gotta respond to that, and then the time I
Yeah.
get to respond, I'm like, eh?
By the way, I'll be
Um,
going. Have a good talk.
All right,
Alright,
thank
Maki.
you. Thanks for hanging out.
thank-
Buddy.
Thank you for inviting me, Chin, again. See you next time.
I'll talk to you soon, Maki. Have a good one.
you,
Bye
man.
bye.
Nice meeting you.
Bye bye.
Love you guys. Have a good one. Bye bye.
All right. Oh yeah.
Hilarious.
Okay, I remember now. Oh, right. The first part was misrepresenting people you disagree with, right? Then the second part, you mentioned something that was starting to go into. I don't know if it was just like an accidental segue, and then going back to like. But you mentioned something that made me think about free speech in general, or which is always an interesting subject. And then you went back to like histories in the past, and we got to like figure out how to do better going forward, right?
I kind of go like different ways and stuff like that because like the way I see it is like we're just having a chill conversation and that's just about it. You know, I'm not like trying to diss you. You're not trying to diss me. We're not enemies.
Yeah, no, we're having a conversation.
We're just
right?
having a conversation about it. So it's more like that. Where it's not like I have a teacher and it's like, teacher, no, you can only focus on this subject. You know.
I'm just like trying to make sure I understood. First off, I understood what you were saying correctly. That I don't misrepresent what you were saying, and also that like I'm trying to remember all that stuff. And like as far as misrepresentation goes, honestly, that's the thing I hate the most in the traditional like internet blood sport debate thing, where everyone like is like trying to get the other person to find the logical fallacy and everything. Where when it gets very combative, it doesn't even have to be on the internet. Where just like and with people normally talking between each other, once it gets very combative, people do want to, or like you're saying, when people are like very entrenched in their political positions, they do want to understand what the other they're going to be very uncharitable to what the other person is saying. This is going to be super pretentious from me, but I genuinely think that I try to make a really big effort on being charitable. I'd rather be too charitable and then have the person prove me wrong and then be like, oh, okay, so you actually are like I don't know, like some white supremacist or a tanky or like any ideology that's actually harmful to people. and like let them take the mask off rather than be like, oh, you said that, does that means you're this or that, and like rather try to understand people and like where they're coming from, and that makes for better conversations. It doesn't make for debates and blood sports, but it makes for real conversations, I think. Or even when I have a friend who got radicalized, who became like a real racist over the past few years. I don't have much contact with him anymore, but the last time I talked with him, when he actually was when he was telling me like how he started thinking that black people are or generally people of color are inferior, and like really hardcore into that. I got very angry with him. I wasn't able to do what I just described of like listening and trying to understand and trying to bridge the gap. Yeah, and especially because he was a friend, and he was someone who I knew as like a nice person. I expected so much more from him too. I was really disappointed. I was really pissed off. But when I thought back the conversation, I remember that at some point when the emotions calmed down, there was something that really stayed with me. It was a second part of the conversation when like we stopped yelling at each other, where he was talking about how sad he was in his life, how lonely he was, how he'd recently moved into like a close several like incidents. A close friend of his who got mugged at knife point by like young Arab kids, or things like that, and start to paint a picture of someone who's really unhappy in their life and is finding this outlet for their unhappiness, is finding the need to blame it on a community, on other people, and like find some form of fulfillment, or I guess saving himself by diving deeper into following like alt-right YouTubers, and like he went down like that sort of rabbit hole basically.
Yeah.
And thinking back, I wish I had been more understanding, because I feel like if I really wanted to help him, and what I needed to do was not like try to get him in a logical gotcha of like how wrong he is to think that
basically
races
telling him
are,
that of course,
but like understand the emotions, the human being, and why that human being went in that direction of hating other people, and that was the solution in that situation. And so it's like I feel very strongly with that. The polarization in the political debates, the othering of anyone who disagrees with you, I think is harmful in general. That being said, as we go into free speech, are you aware of the paradox, what's usually called the paradox of free speech?
I might be familiar with it in my own language. Explain to me, because I think I do know, but I don't know. Like, I could Google it.
Or
is it like?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go on. So go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
What I understand by it, it's the idea that a society that allows absolutely free speech is going to allow speech that damages the freedom of the society.
Oh, I think
so. The paradox is that if you truly want free speech, you're going to have to put limits on free speech.
Yeah, which basically is
is a paradox. Yeah. So like, I used to be. Maybe it's for being born in the US. I used to have a much more paradox of tolerance. Oh yeah, sorry, that's the one. Paradox of tolerance. When you tolerate the intolerable, then that can become the norm of the society. That's actually the proper term. Elysium corrected me in Twitch chat. What I was getting at is like. I used to be more of a libertarian stance, where I used to think that was really important, that anyone could say anything, that the marketplace of ideas, everything should be discussed, and once we and then only then can we truly judge the value. I thought, for example, that part of the popularity of the far right in France was because they could play a sort of victim card, because they for example, negating the Holocaust in France, just like in Germany, is illegal. You can get fined. You can get even go to prison. for that. Several other things. Hate speech is illegal. Growing up and seeing how, for example, the like alt-right funnel developed on YouTube, pulling people from like some like, you know, those crazy SJWs and some like really dumb takes from someone with brightly colored hair, and how like the algorithms end up suggesting other stuff, and how basically a lot of people got slowly radicalized down those things. I realized that, well, the problem there is with the algorithms, but that maybe it's good to have limits on speech. I think I'm more moderate on that now. I think I appreciate some of the limits that are having put in place, for example, in Europe. But it's a complicated subject. Like there's good arguments for both sides, I think, in general. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I talked.
No, that's perfectly fine. Is the way I usually talk with people, specifically when it comes down to like real life people or people that I know specifically, moreover than people I don't know, because it kind of depends. Is that people I know, I kind of know what they are like, right? I know what they kind of what they kind of think, so to say, when it comes down to certain things. And so if they say something, I know like it's like, oh, well, this is not what they usually are, right? Or what they usually think like, or something like that. And the way I always kind of like approach things is that there is a reason to why somebody does or say something. And when it comes down to this might kind of like more like a philosophical point of view, is that if you're not born as a racist, or you're not born as and I'm going to correct this, but you're not specifically like, you're not born as a like a murderer or something like that, right? Like it's, and then there are certain things that could be, let's say, as you grow up, genetically, there could be some kind of This is the problem when you have like when English is not your native language, you kind of have to
thanks for the
switch
like,
between, and you have to like translate things. But then if you're trying to translate, it doesn't always fit right, and you kind of want to say it correctly, because if I say something wrong, you know. It doesn't matter. It's the way I see things, anyways, and it doesn't really matter in the long run. The way I see it is that people are born as a blank slate, right? There are things that could be like, let's say you have a blank slate. So, like, let's say it's a blank piece of paper. You have the paper and it's blank. And do I see it? There are things that are being given down genetically, for example, such as how you look, or like a kind of traits or something like that. Maybe even certain behavior traits. It's like you could legitimately be a nice person or something like that. But I can't say specific because I'm not a DNA scientist, or like I can't research these things. But the way I see it is that you're born as a blank slate. As you grow up, there are certain factors that influence your life, right? Especially when you're young, you're so influenceable, right? There are people around you that can influence, and who are the people that influence you the most? They're your parents, they're your friends, they're basically your social environment around, right? And then you got like media, whatever, like whether it's like the news or there's movies or whatever it is, you basically, or icons such as people looking up to a Kardashian or whatever, right? You have these symbols, these icons that basically people look up to. So you're being influenced from every side. Whatever you go, if you go outside, you're always being influenced by something, whether it's commercials or something like that. And the way I go, like, is there's always a reason to why somebody does something now, or says something. I'm not saying that people can get away with everything that they do, but I'm saying there's always a reason to somebody doing something. There are a few exceptions where people do something without a reason, sort of like the Joker, right? Like the Joker. Oh, I just want to see chaos, so I want to see the world burn, kind of rhetoric, kind of thing. But I always try to think, if somebody does something, there's a reason. If somebody, like, for example, yells at me, I'm trying to think, like, why is this person yelling at me? Maybe the person had a bad day. Maybe person is just being stressed overall and doesn't really know what to do. And maybe I said something bad that pushed the person over the limit, but it doesn't justify if that person yells at me, for example, for no reason, or something like that. Because I still think you should be a decent human being. You should still be able to have your norms and your values and still be able to act as a normal being, right? You don't want to be yelled at, right? So I don't want to get yelled at, so I'm not yelling at you. I'm not saying that I could never yell at people, because it has happened in the past, and then I kind of feel bad and I kind of realize this, and I'm like, okay, no. This has to stop. I'm pulling the brake here. We cannot have this discussion or whatever's happening. We talk about it another time. Or even as simple as like this one moment. I remember this with one friend. My friend was yelling at me. That's something that I was completely correct about. I was helping my friend with some practical stuff. But these stuffs have been going on for a long time, right? Let's just for the simplicity, let's say debts. This person was like in some debt with a few things, and I offered my friend to help a few times by basically figuring out what is going on, like trying to figure out where it came from, what the current situation is, and how to fix this. Because in the end, you have a problem and you want to fix this problem. So I helped my friend. I offered to help my friend. A few times my friend was like, because they're proud. Like, no. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Let me help you. So I helped my friend, and I basically make a lot of phone calls, spend hours on trying to get to the bottom of this whole situation. And then I explained this to my friend, and my friend's like, no, you're incorrect. And I'm like, no, listen, I'm not saying this. I'm specifically saying this. This is what the person on the phone just told me on like a specific thing. And then she's like, no, you're incorrect. Like without anything, And eventually I'm like, no, listen, this is what I just got told. These are the rules that they are having, right? These are their rules. And at one point she starts yelling at me. It's like, oh, so you don't believe me and stuff like that. No, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just saying this is the rule. This is what's being told to me. I'm just saying this to you. And this is like how you want to fix it and blah, 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 blah. So she starts yelling at me. And I'm like, at that point, I guess I got triggered, and I yelled back at the person because I don't like being yelled at. So I yelled back at the person. But then I was like, okay, no, stop. I'm like, you're absolutely right. I'm not going to have this discussion right now. Whatever you want to do, I'm not having it. We'll talk again sometime. And she was still like obviously kind of like angry and stuff like that. So she kind of left, and I let it be for that specific time. So like most of the time I kind of like asked like, hey, are you okay? Stuff like that. But in this specific moment, I decided to let it be. I could yell back, and then we kind of like have this whole like fight, this argument. Like I didn't want that, because there's no point in yelling. It doesn't resolve the situation. So I wait. And then, like, I think it's like a day or two later, I basically contact the person's like, listen, this and that. So, and I try to help her. And it's like, do you understand? If you want to get out of this, this is what has to be done. But if that person is stuck in that specific mindset, that I cannot help him. You know what I mean? I cannot change the world. I cannot change the things. I can only do what I can do.
Well, on an absolute level, you can't change someone else, right?
But I'm kind of like going off track. What I kind of meant to say is that there's a reason to why she was yelling at me.
Yeah.
And I knew that in the end is that she had these problems. She's obviously being very frustrated, but I didn't find it justified that she was projecting that frustration on me. I'm trying to help you, not get you into deeper troubles. And I'm always thinking this: if somebody does something, if somebody yells or whatever, does something, I'm always trying to think like, what is the reason behind that? So I try to analyze. And obviously, you can't always do this, because a stranger in the street you know nothing about, right? You can maybe ask them eventually, but you don't think about this. So you just have something that happens. But I always think there's a reason why somebody does something. So I always approach this. And I always try to think everybody in their core is a decent human being. But that doesn't mean that I think that everybody's going to be, everybody is nice, everybody's honest, and I'm going to leave my wallet on the table and see if that person's actually nice. I'm not that kind of,
No, I think like I think I agree. Like fundamentally, people are mostly not being not being how to put. There it does exist, but most people don't want to go out of their way to hurt anyone or do harm. Most people do have good intentions for at least themselves, their family, and the society around them. And like you said, there's all their life, then the baggage that made them who they are, and then makes them make the decisions they have. And yeah, it's important. Sometimes I guess it is hard to like tell someone to like talk about the reasons why people do things. Where if we want to go like full Godwin point, like if you can like try to find the reasons why Hitler wanted to genocide the Jewish people, but but it's important to remember that like explaining is not justifying, right? You can find an explanation for it, but that doesn't mean that what someone did is right or wrong. It's
what
just
I meant.
neutral. It's just trying to understand.
You can understand why.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if you look at the whole thing, is that if you have somebody such as in this case like Hitler that basically did something like that, there's a reason to why he did this, not justifying this.
Frankly,
but basically you can sort of basically like, oh, I can understand how someone is being shaped by society, by the experiences that they've had, or the situations at home and stuff like that. You know, all these kind of things can shape somebody to a point where something like this can happen, right? So it's not that you're not justifying this. No, you're not justifying this, but you're analyzing this.
Yeah,
and I mean, there's obviously a big difference between genocide and punching somebody in the face, or yelling at somebody, right? Yeah. None of these are, like, in my opinion, allowed. Although yelling is less harmful than punching because you're actually inflicting physical violence. But emotional manipulation or emotional manipulation, like stuff like that. That's kind of even more fucked up than, like, let's say punching someone, because if you punch someone, assuming that they're not Iron Man or the Hulk or Batman, just fucking breaking your jaw, like for the rest of your life, you can't eat. You have to eat through a straw. I mean, it can heal, right? You might have a scar, but when it comes down to emotional manipulation, stuff like that, that can leave permanent scars, and that can actually fuck up a person. And what I personally see a lot of happening nowadays is a lot of people kind of having their own baggage, and they're projecting this on people. And in one way, I don't even, like, I can understand why they do that, or why somebody is doing what they're doing, but it doesn't justify it. Right? So, and then, like, would you, this is like a direct question, but would you, for example, say that someone who is addicted to alcohol, for example, right? Mm-hmm. Would you say that you could understand why that person could be still addicted to alcohol, even though he might have like a wife or a family at home, or like whatever situation they're in, but
addiction in general is very interesting from this perspective. It used to be that like you go back just 100 years ago, and addiction in general is at that point considered as a decision, right? You're weak-willed, or you let it control you. That language still exists today. Those points of view still exist today. But what's fascinating is how understanding more and more the reasons why people do things has allowed us to move addiction from being like a mistake that an individual chooses to make into the realm of a disease. That's how addiction is treated nowadays. How you help people break addictions much more reliably too is by helping them understand that they are sick, and that it is something treatable, not in like a traditional way, Though sometimes if you're addicted to heroin, like a substitute will help wean you off of it, and so on and so forth. But the real treatment is in the 7-step programs are really effective. Is in it's more like therapy, basically, the treatment at that point.
Yeah.
But it is a treatment, and it, at that point is an illness. You see that in the judiciary system in general as well. That you used to have that anything that someone would do to harm someone else would always be a crime, but we now understand that certain crimes are illnesses. That actually this person, you know what, we probably want them in the mental hospital with like working with therapists and medication, rather than in a prison where they'll like ruin whatever they have left of their life and sanity.
It might just make them a worse person in the end, because they're just That's exactly the whole I was going to with these examples, because it's exactly what is the problem. Is like an addiction. Of course, there are different things, like such as like cocaine or heroin or weed. They're all like have a substance that physically makes you addicted, right? But of course, there are like other things that might be less I guess physically
tangible, right?
Yeah, tangible, such as
gambling.
Not even
is
that.
A classic one.
Such as what?
Gambling is a classic one. And
gambling, but even that can still be explained, like from a physiological point of view,
absolutely.
because you could say like
it's dopamine in the brain.
Exactly. You're winning small bets, right? Because they always have like allowed you to win a small thing, and then dopamine is like, and this is what you see in a lot of mobile games, for example. Like you progress a lot, and then it's like you get rewarded with all these small things. You gotta go, holy shit, bro! And then it's like you stuck at a point. I have to pay money now, or I have to do,
to get that next rush in your brain. Yeah,
and then you're stuck, and that's basically the whole thing. And a lot of people are susceptible to this, especially if they don't know this. And the thing is that like completely different situation when you said like judiciary system is so in a court of law, according to our criminal law, for example, is that, let's say I have a wife and family, right? I've lost my job. I have no income. I can't support my wife and family. I go out and steal food, right? In a court of law, I am technically no different than somebody who basically just robbed for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you for
You could just say like, this person is insane because he just does it for fun. But technically, I am okay. Let me just do it differently. I rob because I need it, and this person robs because he just wants the extra money for it. Right? Doesn't have the need for it. I am no different from this person. Doesn't mean what I did is correct, but there's a different motivator behind something. Because if you are so desperate that you are going out to rob, I'm not saying you should rob an elderly lady or and no robbing at all. Twitch. I'm not speaking, in
a video game.
Yeah, in a video game, like Skyrim, Oblivion. I mean, the NPCs are kind of stupid, so you can do whatever you want. Halt! Who goes there? You get robbed in the end. But there's no difference. There's no. You're not being seen as different. You're a criminal. Either way, you're a criminal. I would say is that if a person does this out of desperation, and of course this has to be proved, like this has to be sort of tangible, right? As an evidence, like you maybe show them like your bank records, financial records, whatever the hell is going on. Like, but this would be different because what is the point by having this person in jail that's basically being punished? Because they want to support the family, because in the end, everybody wants their family to eat. They always, they want to at least be able to sustain themselves. So by already failing that role, and whether this is a man or a wife, because, they're like, oh, but if you only talk about men, can women no longer be, people can say that. No matter who it is, what gender it is that if you are that desperate, it's still a different situation, in my opinion, than somebody who does this for fun or basically to get richer. And right?
Yeah. There's like a philosophical foundation to this. In Kant, fuck, I always forget the name of the book.
Immanuel
Kant. Yeah, he says that intention is the key to morality. That doing something with good intention, the intention of feeding your starving family, is completely different from doing the same thing with the intention of
getting rich or having a rush. Yeah.
So,
and that's that is basically the way I see these things. You're still doing something that is not correct, because you're still doing something that we all agreed on is illegal, right? But should you be punished in the same way as a person who basically does it because they enjoy this or they want to get rich? I always find this a difficult situation, because where's the line, right? Like, somebody could just do it and just say like, oh, I'm just doing it because I have to feed my family, and they could like fake it, for example, because you can't really read someone's intent. Like, your thoughts are your own, right? And even like a lie detector can even fail or even put you into a worse situation.
Lie detectors are bullshit. They're not used. They're only used in TV shows. They're not used in reality, pretty much.
Right? It's like it's just difficult, because I just always think, and especially when it comes down to, okay, for example, this is an anecdote for myself. At one point in my life, I was actually in a lot of debt. And I did not have the best of friends, right? And I mean, with friends, best of friends, I mean, these people were basically, they were amazing colleagues to work with, but they were ex-cons and stuff like that. But they're, I'm not saying that all of them were terrible or stuff like that, because a lot of them are actually pretty amazing, but they all had their own baggage, so to say. And when I was in debt at one point, is like, oh shit, man, I was in debt and I don't know how to fix this, and blah 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 blah. And then at one point, like, people started approaching me as like, hey, yo, if you wanna get out of that debt, I can hook you up with some people and you can do some stuff for them. Drive to a airport, Dusseldorf, Germany, with a few packages. You know what I'm saying? Easy money, right? But even then, I was like, doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. And then somebody can say like, oh, but if you don't do it, somebody else is going to do it because it's going to be done nonetheless. Even it just doesn't feel right. I think I have a strong sense of morality when it comes down to making the right choice. In the end, I just basically, just like, I'd rather get in shit, so to say, than having to do something as that.
Yeah.
Because I just don't see how this this might help me. Sure, it might solve my problems. Hey, I might even be able to afford a few nice things, because of cocaine. You know what I'm saying? But it just doesn't feel right. It's not the way to go. Yeah, the end doesn't justify the means, and it's not like, I don't want to be part of this whole like criminal syndicate kind of thing. It's just that you don't want to be part of this whole shit at all. It's just it just feels wrong. Right? So in the end, I did nothing with this. And there was like one example, like countless other examples that people like, oh, you want to do this and you want to do that and blah, 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 blah. But I just didn't want to have any part to do with this, because I just didn't feel this was the right decision to make. And I can understand if people do pick that, because they might think like, it's easy money. It's fat, it's still, I mean, yeah, I might get caught, but first time, chances are unlikely. I can actually understand their reasons, but still, I think they shouldn't do this, because it's not the way to go. But then again, where's the line? You know what I mean? Like, where's the line? Like, where do you draw the line? I think there's only a way that we as an individual can do so much in our own lives, right? I get to choose if I want to do it or not. Whether I'm being catfished, no, like I don't know what the word is, but like whether I'm the bait or not.
Mhm.
Like I might be the the smaller fry that the bigger fry can basically slip through when I'm caught. Doesn't matter. I want nothing to do with this. I don't want to have any part with this. I feel in legitimacy. I believe in the law, but I don't agree with the law. There are a few things I don't agree with. There are a few different aspects in something as criminal law, whatever. I just don't feel this is correct. And there are a few things that I just think like, but that's what being an individual is, right? Having your own opinion and your own perspectives on things.
And like the decision you're talking about, even like even outside of the morality of it, it feels like putting your life on a coin flip. Either it goes well and you get like this big sum of money for smuggling whatever the heck you smuggled, or it goes badly.
Substances.
Yeah, or it goes badly, and suddenly your life was bad. Now it's fucking bad.
It's really shit. Yeah,
it's just like a fucking coin flip. And I like you said, I understand also why some people take it, but Jesus Christ, I don't know if the people realize if they're actually okay with it all going to shit in that situation, or they're just like really gambling. I hope this goes well. I hope this goes well. Yeah.
That's like on so many levels. It could be like applicable to like what said like the man who's basically or women. I'm just gonna go with men in this example that cannot help his family, support his family. Out of desperation, he decides to rob a supermarket, and then he gets caught because he's not a professional robber. He's no Tom Cruise. He's just a guy who's like trying to support his family. But then I think is that yes, this man or this person needs to be hold responsible for your actions, because in the end you do something that is not allowed, that we kind of all consensually like universally agree that this is not allowed, because your property is your property, whether you have gotten them easy through something that happened in the past. Maybe your great grandfather had something to do with suspicious activities we kind of talked about earlier on, or you got this legitimate. Whatever the thing is that it's your property, and I cannot just yoink your property because I think like, I'm just going to take it, and still should be held accountable. But I think the degree in what kind of punishment should be dealt out to this person, or even be helping this person, because like what you said, if this guy is going to be put in with the other people that did something similar, you're going to be putting a person that just doesn't fit in that situation with these people, instead of helping them, instead of saying like, okay, you know what? You are responsible for your actions because that's what you did. You did this, and that's final. But he needs the support. He needs the actual help from institutions, or just called the government, to get to help his family, himself, to get out of this situation. So nothing like this happens in the future, right? Because that's what ultimately I think comes down to support somebody, but not just like, oh, here's the sum of money. Now you can support your family, and then you have a fine. You can pay with that sum of money that you kind of got. It has to be something that changes it. It might be something as like, okay, you know what? Let's help you re-educate yourself so you can actually get a job. That might, I don't know, something along the lines of a solution, rather than. Like you said, your life is fucked now. Stay until the next episode, because your life is going to be utterly fucked.
I'm curious, since we're talking about criminal justice and punishment. Mm-hmm. I personally believe that justice should no longer be about retribution, about an eye for an eye, even for the most heinous crimes. That it should be about, on the one hand, protection. So, like, if someone is dangerous to society, then it makes sense to, have them put aside. Yeah. Without necessarily causing them suffering, just being put aside. Even like I know people complain a lot about I think it's in Sweden or Norway, where the prisoners get to play the PlayStation 4 and stuff like that. Dude, they're stuck in a fucking cell. How can you be jealous of the?
This Yeah, go on. Sorry, go on.
Like to me, the point that we should be striving towards is rehabilitation. Whenever possible, like you finding what will help someone come back to society and have a stake in society, have something that makes their position in society matter to them, and make it worth for them not to like go to the dark side and take stupid risks.
True.
And that's why I think it's great when, like, in those prisons they get free university courses. That's amazing. And like all that shit. Yeah. So sorry, go ahead.
No. I didn't want to interrupt, but this is exactly this is where the kind of like dilemma comes into place as well. Is you have people. I've actually saw this documentary about a guy who goes undercover in these prisons. I think Norway, he even went to like Denmark, like all these different prisons. You see like Brazil, and oh my God, there's a big difference. Like how certain populations or certain countries handle their prisoners, but how these prisoners are managing themselves, or how the government is managing these prisoners, managing themselves. It's really actually very interesting. But here's like the dilemma, right? So you have a person who's basically in jail. Okay, so no matter what you did, you're going to jail. That's final. You're going to jail. Okay, boom, you're in jail. Cool. And then you basically get the freedom to do whatever the fuck you kind of want. Okay, within certain limitations, but you kind of want to play a PlayStation? No problem. You can play a PlayStation in jail. Obviously, you're still restricted because your freedom is limited to these four walls, or prison itself. You can't just go, I'm just going to go out to the grocery store and just chill there, like in downtown, whatever. And I think it was Norway. I think Norway actually had a grocery store within a prison where people could just go to, like, in the prison, go to the grocery store and just buy it, because they're saying, listen, we want people to rehabilitate into society, because this is part of society, instead of locking up like animals.
Yeah.
The problem is, or the dilemma is, there are legit a few people that said, like, listen, I have nothing on the outside. This is my life. If I get outside right now, I'm just going to commit something and get back in here. So you can't actually help everybody with that in mind, without going to the future and like having some kind of device or whatever implanted in your brain. Just right now, from a normal intrusive point of
that's why I did on purpose of setting the priority. First priority is protection, right? So someone who can someone who will not be able to be rehabilitated, then it's tough, but okay, I guess they're gonna have to like live parallel to society in whatever system we have,
like a protected environment or something like that.
It's not that far away from like a lot of Western states recognize like mental inabilities as handicaps, and will, for example, give a lot of aid to people who suffer from them. Even things like crippling depression, where you can't work. Oh, sorry, I hit my mic. On the internet, they call it neat bucks. They're often, but bucks. Like it's. I think I think it's fair. Like if you for the most part. So some people might maybe think that people will abuse that or whatnot, but for them, I know I don't mind it if someone is like has that much trouble functioning in society, where like being having the limitations of being in that prison is better for them, then I'm probably there's something that should be done additionally, some form of therapy or something to like help them get better. But it's possible maybe they develop like crippling anxiety and they can no longer function in society, and then it sucks, but we can have systems in place for that. It's not necessarily it sucks, and it would be best to avoid it, but it's not something that's like impossible to handle in like a rich society, right?
I think when it comes down to if you like have somebody who is unable to adapt to the society outside of prison, so to say, like you said, it should protect society from this person, but also I guess, protect the person from society, because that's how they kind of perceive it, right?
Yeah.
But then here's the
alienated.
Yeah, like up to the point where they just cannot reintegrate into society. But by any means, like even if you are still in prison, you still are segregated from prison, and therefore are actually being alienated from society, because you're still being put between four walls, and you actually have a stamp on you, and as soon as you go out of prison, you're still this ex-con.
Prison is alienating for sure.
So that's like one dilemma I kind of see, is like you have people that basically go into prison, and you kind of want to help these people, but not everybody is treatable with current means, so to say. When it comes down to like, let's say, rehabilitating prisoners in different ways. So let's say they have a PlayStation, and they're still in prison, but they have a PlayStation, or they get a course on whatever the hell they want to do. Usually it is limited, but I guess there have been a few cases where people did get like certain courses. Now, you have two different things here. You have the prisoner, right? The prisoner of the government, so to say, the property of the government, as they kind of want to label it. That basically gets something that the average person might not have access to, but would like to have access to. So basically, you're, as a prisoner, your freedom to do something has been stripped away, but you get more of a chance to do something, or like get an education or something like that, than a person who has done nothing wrong. So by saying this, you're kind of saying, like, indirectly, is that a prisoner is being treated better over like the person who did nothing wrong in society.
In my ideal society, that shouldn't happen. Like a prisoner should not be getting more opportunities than someone outside, simply because someone outside should have those same opportunities of getting being able to go back to college, for example, to get a different degree, things like that. I believe, and there are certain basic industries that seem to be net benefits for society when their cost is taken on by society as a whole. Healthcare, education, energy to a certain extent. Maybe natural resources, water infrastructure. Those industries in general, they seem to be basically national interests, right? The future of the nation depends on healthcare, education, energy, water, and because of that, I think there are just good arguments in general for them being like that. That's where I go like pretty hard on like socialism. I think there are good arguments for them being handled by the government, simply because that's if they're private interests, the profit interest might not be the interest of the people or the nation as a whole.
Not everybody is going to have equal access to something as basic as water or something like that. Yeah, no, but that's
it's not
exactly
going to be profitable. It's you see that in the U.S. with the Flint, Michigan situation with water, for example,
Or I mean, I could actually have made a few good puns, like a little bit before, like when you said, about Immanuel Kant. I could have said, I mean, he tried to fly, but it didn't work, right? Kind of dark, but and like when it comes down to the whole like electricity and stuff like that, I mean, according to a mayor in Texas, just like low government should not take care of you, like take care of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Just go full monkey mode and just take care of yourself, forehead. You know what I'm saying? But I think there are certain things that, like you said, like water, electricity, and healthcare should be government controlled, because, like we said, if there's like a private, private sector, and it's like a profit perspective to it, then people are obviously going to do a lot of things to maximize a profit in some way or another. It could be something as simple as medicines. Medicines are altered to basically be produced as cheap as possible, but are still costly as fuck, right? The cost that you pay classic for the medicine, and it's, you're actually getting medicines help, but I feel that they are basically giving you more side effects, which in the end you need more medicines in order to support it. And there's always like you're not treating the cause. Doesn't mean that everything is treatable, because a lot of afflictions or something like that, they're not treatable by curing something, because obviously that's unfortunately that's still the case. We're still primitive. But I feel the whole aspect to medicine and to healthcare is basically to make a profit out of this, and that's where it should not be the case of making a profit out of it, but whether like advancing humankind, so to say, or like human healthcare to the next level, so everybody can be cured of the afflictions they have, or whatever diseases they are currently going to the new level. But because, in my opinion, because it is privatized, or it's about profit margin, that healthcare, for example, is still being limited, right? Because if you want to research something, you need to get funding for this. And funding comes from somewhere, or at least from people that might, most of the time, think like, oh, I think in the end, if there's a medicine for this, we can make good profit out of this.
Yeah.
So, and instead of like giving everybody an equal chance, but then again, the system we have right now is designed for this.
Well,
And
also, like specifically in healthcare, we regularly run into the problem, right, of like government funding on in the research of the drug, and then it's privately sold for like there's like 50 to 90% is government funded, but then 100% of the profits are for the shareholders. That's directly like a law problem. That should just not happen. If there need to be controls for those situations where the research and becomes like the research is public but the profit is private. That's kind of weird.
It's just really it's really weird how certain things are arranged, and I just then we still come back to the fuck. Oh god, why, Megan? Why
are you still playing?
Well, I'm sort of
yeah.
playing. It's got on background, but I'm still streaming. But
Nice.
someone just redeemed something that's going to last for like 3 minutes.
Nice.
So I can hear you, but how can I be serious when I hear this?
I got a viewer that wants to see you play Destiny 2. He's just been trying to find anyone to play Destiny 2 with him, so...
I've never touched Destiny 2. Like,
Me neither.
I don't think I've touched Destiny 2. I actually had a friend, I just didn't... was it Activision that owns Destiny?
I don't know. Maybe? Or yes, one of those big ones.
Destiny 2 publishers or something like that. Let me take a look. Destiny 2 Activision. Game was published by Activision until December 31, 2008, when Bungie acquired the publishing rights to the franchise. I think the whole Activision,
right?
I think the whole Activision kind of thing just put me off of playing the original Destiny. But like, you see this on all different levels, right? Like for example, if we're talking about gaming, right? I mean, games in general are, of course, like private sector, unless you have like the military games, to support military. But even then, like everything is pretty much like in a private sector. So, but what I find funny, for example, is you have a certain passion that you want to make a video game, right? As how most indie gamers kind of start out, they have a passion to make something, so they make this video game. Most of the time, I guess these indie gamers, if they're really passionate about it, actually pays off in the end, right? You have like a lot of these success stories and a lot of, I guess, not so successful stories, but you don't hear about them. But then, because they're successful, they make money. And then, they go like, oh, okay, we can make another one, and so on. And then eventually, you're just milking the cow as for example, I guess a good example is Fallout. I mean, it's Bethesda. Bethesda has been on the milking cow for I don't know how many years, in recent time. And eventually they were passionate about making their games, and then basically just kind of fuck everything over in the end. Just think they can make a quick buck on producing something because it has a famous name, such as Fallout or the Elder Scrolls series or something like that.
Yeah.
But then you still have to. The way I think about it, and I'm not saying these things are the same, but I think the intention is kind of the same. Is like, for example, if you are going to become a doctor, I think your primarily incentive for becoming a doctor should be to help people. Right. And not just thinking like, oh, I can drive this nice BMW M6 full luxury, and stuff like that. And I'm not saying those things can't go together, but I don't think.
Because I don't mind like doctors being rich.
Yeah, of course.
That they're
reward them for
society.
doing so. Yeah. But if their main incentive is basically money, then I think that in the end it won't really I just feel it's going to be not as effective as somebody who's basically doing because they want to help people.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of this like in some of the other sectors, and because it's like easy to get into. I guess a good example could be psychologists or people that work in government places. At least from my experience, people work in government places that have to deal with people, such as I'm not sure, like case managers and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have people
social
that basically
workers.
social workers, for example, like these social workers over here. It's not like unlike the social workers, I guess, in America, but I'm not totally sure on how they like. They have different. You have people that actually basically do this for free, and they're usually very passionate about it, right?
Yeah.
And they lack funding and stuff like to do things. They're still being very creative, or they pay from their own pocket. And you have social workers from the government who just do jack shit or make things worse, which over here is kind of similar when it comes down to like social workers or a case manager in general. These people usually have no. They have a policy they have to follow, a government policy, which is the law, because there's a law that says this, and then they have a policy of that institution. So it's kind of like more like the way we call this, like the like a discretionary space, kind of like a I think it was like a circle or triangle. It's been a while.
Like a Venn diagram. Like when there's two circles and you.
Oh no! It was like different. It was like so you have the law, like the law is one point. Then you have like the policy of the institution, which basically is mostly derived from the law, and then you have like the clients, right? So the person like whom these policy and law is about, or is somehow is involved in this, and then you have the social worker or the case manager that's like in the middle.
And that's the compromise between all three, right?
Yeah, and basically, if they go towards the law, that usually might actually impact the client negatively, because if you follow the law strictly, then that could mean that the person doesn't actually get what they should get, as in like support. But the law says this. Even though this in the spirit of the law, where the law is originally designed for, it says the complete opposite. Somebody who cannot help themselves needs to have some kind of support, like as in welfare or unemployment, like you have different things, but stuff like that. But then the law says, oh yeah, well, cool, but if you are in this situation, no matter if you don't have a job, you have no money, you can go fuck yourself and good luck with that. While an actual person who is there because they want to help the people fit in their in the policy and whatever, basically means like, no, listen, the law is designed to help people that cannot support themselves, so we should help this person, even if that person doesn't directly fit in the actual interpretation or like the letter of the law. But it's about the interpretation, it's about the spirit of what the law was designed for. But because these people, the social workers or the case managers or whatever you want to call them, government workers, they usually kind of, the ones that are in place are kind of like the opposite, right? They don't care about people. It's more about because they actually get paid fairly well. So the people that got in there didn't really need to do a lot to get into that position, and they know that if they kind of kick out a client, so to say, or make sure they don't get into the system, that it saves the government money. Ultimately, talking about targets, but you're talking about the social care of a country, for example. So you're in a place that you kind of are. You can help people, or that you should help people, but your intention is not to help the people.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a problem.
And then indirectly attributing to the whole people doing something, might get them in prison or something like that, or whatever the case is.
And in general, it's rough because I think I see a bit of what you're describing too in like France, where government jobs have really high job security, usually really good benefits, and so a lot of people are attracted to them simply because it's like a good job. You're gonna have stability. A good retirement. It's stable. You work pension, 9 to 5. Never do any overtime. It's very strictly regulated. You know exactly when everything happens. Very, very, very stable and like decent pay. So yeah, a lot of people go in there not out of passion, and I don't think that's something you can avoid. And like at the scale of a society, you're always going to end up having people who just they just want to do their hours, and they're like, oh, this is no longer my business. I'm out of here.
That's basically the same problem as if you have let's say you just have a job application for this company, and the manager or whoever you have the interview was like, how do you see yourself in 5 years? And then you give them well, I hope to be developing myself here, to rise up in the ranks in the company, and then basically this and that. All you think is I just want to be here for about a year so I can fuck off and become whatever I want to be. It's really funny. If you can give me 1 second, I really need to go to the bathroom because I drank so much water.
Go ahead.
All right, give me a second.
Yeah. All right, Elysium. I'm sorry, I missed your message. I've been trying not to if I'm talking with someone, I try to talk with them and not go too much into a chat stuff. Challenge him to a debate. I think I'm gonna, when he comes back, I think I'm gonna say, I think I'm gonna go to sleep. It's getting really late and we've talked for a long time. And I have no viewers except you, Roser. I know Elysium's still in chat, but I know he's he has to have muted the tab or is doing whatever, something else. I have to respond to him on Discord. He wanted to meme on me for, yeah. You never have to worry about me muting your tab. Feels okay, man. True. I hope you have a good night, man. Always a good time. Hey, thanks for listening. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot you're there, Frank. Always. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh shit, he's got a Star Trek chair. I wasn't paying attention. Wow. That's pretty fucking cool. I love my chair though. I need to Frank motherfucking Baker, yeah. I need to put up an affiliate link for this chair because dude, this thing is so fucking good. Yeah, Alicia wrote to me on Discord. Would you argue for helping refugees from a purely philanthropic level? That was back when I was talking about like responsibility to help them. I'm just responding to him real quick. Yeah, sure, philanthropy is usually a good thing, but when I see Western states take responsibility for refugees, I see it as taking responsibility for past actions or inaction that contributed, not as an altruistic / philanthropic act. Though you could argue it is one, since it's not necessarily
Hello.
interest. Hey, welcome back. I saw you have a Star Trek chair. That's some sick nerd cred.
Yeah, I am really a nerd, but I don't speak Klingon, so don't.
All right.
I mean, I can say a few words, but they're usually not the nice words. You know what I mean?
Nice. Hey, I'm sorry. I've really enjoyed this conversation, but I think I'll be heading off to sleep soon. It's getting really late.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just gonna go just play some games and stuff like that. But yeah, I really enjoyed it
Cool.
too, and it
Yeah,
lasted.
nice to meet you.
Yeah, same. I mean, if you wanna, like, again, if you are actually at one point interested in doing some Civ, if you do manage to pick it up, let me know. Or maybe if we have some other games in common, we could always do something together. And
Alright, cool.
would be nice. Let me know, and I'll talk to you soon, perhaps.
Yeah. See you next time. Bye bye.
All right. Have a good night, bro.
You too.
Nice talking to you. Bye bye.
All right. Oh shit! Secret D&D memes. Hide the memes. You just saw our D&D Roll20 session. Oops. Tell him to play Destiny 2. We can play a fire team, me, you, and him in Destiny 2. No worries, I don't care. Anyways, I know you don't. That was the joke. That was the entire joke. I showed it, and it doesn't fucking matter. All right. Anyways, thanks for watching, y'all who stayed up for that. That was a fun convo and a fun podcast. Yeah. Let's see. Let me go raid him for what it's worth. Not that I have any viewers now, but fuck it. Yeah, see you next time, Frank. We'll never watch it again unless there's Destiny 2 content. Alright. Oh, you're going to raid him with me? Yeah, I'm literally just sending Roserg over. That's what I'm doing. Hey, it's the thought that counts. Is that not true? One viewer, 2 viewers are ready to raid. Right, let me activate my camera. There you go. I'm back. 3 viewers. Holy shit. 3 raiders, Pog. Big raid. Alright. There you go. Have fun. Even though you're like going to sleep. Yeah. Bye bye. Good night.